1 minute warning or 2 minute warning? If we can get Jim headed this way. Call this meeting to order. And step number 2 is roll call.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
And Mayor Ehlers?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present.
Item 3, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item 4 is special presentations and proclamations. Tonight, we have 2. First one is a presentation from San Diego Community Power.
All right, even instructions for the clicker. I like this. You guys are organized. All right.
And the podium goes up and down. If that's too low, there's a, on your right, on the right in the front,
Good. We're
there's
good. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor Ehlers, honorable council members. My name is Karen Burns. I'm the CEO of San Diego Community Power. Today's presentation is going to cover some basic information about our organization, our 2025 rates, some of our innovative programs, and our outreach and community engagement efforts. When you turn your lights on in your home or business, it takes 3 steps presented here in this graphic. Energy is created or purchased. It's then transmitted via the poles and wires of SDG&E, and then finally that power is delivered to your home or business. SDG&E operates the entire grid in our region, the poles and wires, and is also responsible for reliability, as you can see in the second part of the graphic. So customers still receive a single bill from SDG&E with all their charges. And you can find your bill online at SDG&E's My Energy Center. Before San Diego Community Power launched, the entire process was managed by SDG&E. But about 20 years ago, state legislation passed that enabled cities and counties to take over the power procurement portion of this process. That's the first thing in the graph there, as represented by that area, and creating community choice aggregators. Community choice aggregators, or CCAs, allow customers to have choice in their energy provider. We are also locally controlled, which means that we can set our own rates, we can design our own programs, and we can prioritize the procurement of renewable energy and community investments. There are over 25 CCAs operating across California, 200 cities, 20 counties, and over 1/3 of the entire load in the state. And while we are one of the youngest CCAs here at San Diego Community Power, we are already the second largest. And just for those who may not already know, we were formed in 2019. We started serving our first customers in 2021. And we were initially created by our founding 5 members, of which Encinitas is one. Also included there is San Diego, Chula Vista, La Mesa, and Imperial Beach. We are a joint powers authority. And then in 2022, National City and the County of San Diego joined Community Power. And now we serve nearly 1 million customer accounts or meters. We are governed by a board of directors comprised of 1 elected official appointed from each member agency. A big thank you to Councilmember San Antonio for his current service, and Mayor Ehlers and Councilmember Schaefer for their brief prior service on our board of directors earlier this year. Our board is responsible for overseeing our strategy initiatives that include power purchasing, financial stability, competitive rate setting, customer programs, and local community engagement. In addition to our board of directors, we also have a community advisory committee. We really appreciate these community members who serve our organization. Our staff bring items to the CAC, or Community Advisory Committee, before they are brought to the board for decision-making. We want to thank Gary Johns and Tara Hammond for their long-time dedicated service on our Community Advisory Committee, providing their time and their talents. Gary Johns has been with us since the beginning, since 26 years now, but he is soon terming out. And so we are looking forward to working with Councilmember San Antonio to find a new Encinitas representative to join the CAC. Perhaps that person is in this room today. San Diego Community Power gives San Diegans a window into how energy rates are decided and set. Our rates are set by our board of directors at publicly noticed meetings, and we encourage public participation in the process. We have several rate options that give customers a choice to balance affordability and their sustainability goals. We offer a suite of products, such as the ones you see here. And for the second year in a row, we have been able to reduce electric charges for customers on the generation portion of the bill, and we currently are at a competitive discount to SDG&E. Most customers opted into Power On, or were opted into Power On, which is made up of at least 50% renewable energy, and it's currently 3% less expensive than SDG&E's generation service. But we also know that affordability is top of mind, and so this past summer, we introduced a new service called Power Base, which provides a steeper discount for customers, but is less renewable. This Power Base offers a 5% discount from SDG&E, and this is the most affordable option available in the county. Now, for customers who wish to have their homes or business powered by 100% clean energy on an annual basis, they can opt up to Power 100, which provides 100% renewable and carbon-free energy. Here in Encinitas, upon joining Community Power, the city decided to opt folks and be powered by 100% renewable energy. Power 100 is only a penny more per kilowatt hour and costs the average residential customer just $4 to $5 more a month than our standard Power On plan. This past year, we also created another new product, Power 100 Green Plus. This product is primarily to support LEED certification for new buildings. And while we are partial to our service and our options, customers do have the option to opt out of our service and return to the SDG&E fully bundled service, where you're getting your generation, your transmission and distribution, and your gas service. We're proud to report that overall we have an average participation rate of over 95%, which means that less than 5% of people have opted out across our territories. Costs are dynamic and rather volatile in the energy market. Community Power is building a comprehensive power portfolio with long-term power purchase agreements to help stabilize rates and costs. Energy costs directly impact our rates. They are over 90% of our costs. And navigating the energy market takes a lot of experience, expertise, and financial stability. Our power services team oversees our energy portfolio, ensuring compliance with the law, value, and risk management. To date, we have secured over 13 power purchase agreements for over 1.7 gigawatts of renewable energy, enough to power almost 800,000 homes. And we've also signed 14 contracts for almost 2 gigawatts of energy storage capacity, the equivalent of another 500,000 homes peak usage. One of our mandates is to strive to also build local energy supply. Local projects spur the economy. They support a skilled and trained workforce. And as a result, we also include community benefits agreements in our power purchase agreements. I want to highlight one project in particular to give you a sense of what we're doing. In 2024, we marked a major milestone with the ribbon cutting of the Vikings Solar and Storage Project in Imperial County. It is one of the first utility-scale solar peaker plants in the United States. The project is designed to keep the lights on and costs down when demand for energy is at its height. It's at 4 to 9 p.m. And this project is now powering the equivalent of 50,000 San Diego homes with clean, affordable energy. It exemplifies our broader procurement strategy, securing long-term renewable power, stable rates, while creating local and regional economic opportunity, always with affordability lens in mind. Every year we share our power content label with our customers. It's like a nutrition label. Think of it when you're, again, grocery shopping and you're looking at the nutrition label of a product. This is the breakdown of our energy sources, such as solar, wind, geothermal, nuclear, large hydro, and natural gas. We also send out a joint rate mailer in coordination with SDG&E, which compares our service to that of SDG&E so folks can make an informed decision about their energy choices. Providing cleaner power at competitive rates is just one aspect, albeit a very important one, of our organization. We're also focused on providing programs to customers that can help them reduce their energy consumption, provide bill savings and relief, and make sure our communities of concern are not left behind. A flexible load strategy drives the bulk of these programmatic efforts. The basic idea is that when you use power is as important as how much power you use. The vast majority of Californians are on something called a time of use rate, which means that energy costs vary based on the time of day. And our costs also vary based on the time of day. So specifically, energy is more expensive during the hours of 4 to 9 p.m. It's more expensive for us. That translates into rates. And this is when demand for energy is the highest here in San Diego. So when customers can shift or reduce their energy consumption out of those hours, it will have a direct impact on reducing their energy bills. And we can do this in a number of ways. So we recently launched 2 new pilot programs which support our flex load strategy. We're flexing our load, or making load flexible. Load is, think of that as the amount of energy that your house is using. So the Smart Home Flex program will allow Community Power to control a customer's smart thermostat settings to shift your energy usage away from peak demand hours. Again, lowering your costs, reducing stress on the grid. And there's incentives provided for that. EV Flex Connect similarly supports the grid by optimizing charging schedules for drivers who charge their EVs at home. If everyone comes home and charges their EV starting at midnight, we have a new peak. So what we want to do is try and smooth that out over the evening hours, and that's possible through our EV Flex Connect pilot. We want to incentivize charging during times of less demand. So our customers will be able to save money and save energy through these programs. And the programs themselves will actually strengthen the local grid, benefiting all of the communities that we serve. This past summer, we launched another pilot program that helps customers reduce costs during peak hours by adding battery storage to their existing solar systems. This program was recognized by the U.S. Department of Energy in 2024 by storing power during the day and then using it when rates are highest. These batteries deliver cost savings and reduce pressure on the grid during peak usage. The program also provided significant work to our local solar industry, which had been significantly negatively impacted by the CPUC, that's our California Public Utilities Commission, shifting from the NEM 2.0 solar rate to the net billing tariff. And we're really proud to report that the contractors we worked with, over half of them were small local businesses, a union, or disadvantaged business entities. Given San Diego has the most solar systems in the state, and Encinitas has even the highest number, this is a great program for this area. This represents a model that we will intend to scale and expand beyond residential homes to small and large businesses and other entities as we relaunch this program at scale later this year. So I'd like to talk briefly about what Community Power has been doing right here in Encinitas. More than 26,000 customer accounts in Encinitas are powered by 100% clean and renewable energy. That is fantastic, and we appreciate that support towards addressing our climate goals. Over 96 homes in Encinitas had batteries installed through our solar battery savings pilot program, making them more resilient and lowering their costs. We participated in over 20 community events in Encinitas and Cardiff and are active with the Encinitas Chamber and the North County Chamber of Commerce. We even helped to establish the latter's first sustainability committee. City of Encinitas received a $50,000 grant to support a micro-transit study. And I'd be remiss not to take a moment to thank the city staff, especially Crystal Najera, for her dedication and partnership in meeting climate action goals. We admire Encinitas' collective leadership on GHG emissions reductions, including the recent Green Building Ordinance. Finally, we were also part of a coalition of public agencies in Southern California that were awarded $328 million for equitable building decarbonization efforts in the region. Another way we've been able to invest back into our community are through our Clean Energy Grant Awards. I want to highlight one of these tonight, the Go Greenish, which is a student-led research initiative in partnership with the University of California, San Diego School of Global Policy. It's measuring air pollutants in underrepresented K-12 high schools in San Diego. Every year gets more exciting as we grow our organization and continue to meet benchmarks of success. We're thrilled last year to learn that the proposal we submitted to the California Public Utilities Commission to form a regional energy network in partnership with the County of San Diego was approved. This will bring $124 million to the region for new energy efficiency and workforce development programs. We are actually the last populated region in the entire state to gain access to these funds, and many of these programs will start to roll out this year. Because we're a mission-driven and transparent organization, we put a lot of effort into educating our customers through community engagement. We know there's still a lot of confusion about who we are and what we do, which is why it's incumbent on us to build rapport with our customers. We seek out opportunities to connect with community members and will continue to increase our presence. Last year, our community engagement team attended more than 150 events to meet customers and answer questions. We regularly speak at conferences, panels, and community events. We are members of more than 20 organizations and regularly provide energy-related educational opportunities. 5 years old, we are considered now leaders in professional and policy circles and considered trusted experts. And we're always happy to hear from elected representatives and member agency staff on constituent needs. We want to make sure we answer any questions you or your constituents might have in a timely and efficient manner. We have a wonderful contact center that anyone can access Monday through Friday during normal business hours. We also have a newsletter. Please sign up for that. And you can also go on our website to view our bill explainer. Bills can be confusing. It's a nice way to get access and understand your energy bill. And of course, any member of the public can attend or watch online our board of directors or community advisory meetings. Thank you for the time to share these updates, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Any questions? I think several of us up here have gone through the orientation, so we probably don't have a lot of questions. But thank you. Very good. We appreciate all you do to support us with energy.
Thank you. We appreciate you as well.
Okay. Now we'll move on with item 4B. Let's see. Can you hear me? Yeah. So tonight, May is Bike Month, and one of the focuses that I wanted to make sure we did for Bike Month was on what I call the highest goal, which is safety, bike safety in particular. And so today I'll be doing a presentation, and Nick will be accepting it for the city. But I wanted to say a few words ahead of the proclamation because in preparing the proclamation, I went back and I reread Vision Zero and what it meant and what it is, because it's all about getting to functional zero on injuries and fatalities in our transportation system. And that's very important. And I think that's the one thing, and when we get to this in 10A, we're going to talk about, we're going to have differing opinions about what's convenient, what's good, but I hope we all agree tonight and this month that it's all about safety. And it's not just the bicycles, it's pedestrians. It's also the drivers. It's everybody. We want to make sure our transportation system. So a quote from when we adopted Vision Zero was, Vision Zero is a data-driven strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, equitable mobility for all. And that's all forms of mobility. So with that, I will read the proclamation. Whereas the month of May is National Bike Month that is sponsored since 1956 by the League of American Bicyclists, and whereas there are more than 40 miles of bikeways in Encinitas and nearly 1,800 miles of bikeways in the San Diego region, making the San Diego region one of the best places to explore the local communities by bike, and whereas Encinitas is home to and popular with many cycling groups, clubs, and enthusiasts, and we see them all in here week after week, and the coastal corridor through Encinitas is one of the most traveled sections of California's coast by bicycle. And whereas the City of Encinitas promotes safe and responsible use of shared roadways, multimodal paths, and trails, and continues to expand cycling and road infrastructure, and whereas the City of Encinitas partners with local schools and organizations to promote safety education for riders of all ages, and whereas the City of Encinitas adopted and promotes a Vision Zero program with the goal of eliminating traffic deaths and serious injuries through the Vision Zero comprehensive framework, and whereas Vision Zero focuses on safety as the primary objective for our transportation system, and whereas on Sunday, May 18th, the City of Encinitas held its 5th Cyclovia Encinitas Open Street event, this California Parks and Recreation Society award-winning event encourages car-free travel, showcases safe cycling resources, and promotes access and opportunities to enjoy cycling in and around Encinitas. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Ehlers, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all the City Council members, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Bike Safety and Awareness Month in the City of Encinitas and encourage all who support bicycling and all road users to share the roads safely with bicyclists. Thank you. So, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's great that Encinitas is a bike town. Bikes provide joy, good health, and especially for youth freedom. With that freedom comes responsibility to be informed about and to follow the rules and the laws of the road. We encourage everyone to take a class, whether that's online or in person. We encourage everyone to seek education so that they're prepared to be out there and be safe. We appreciate our bike advocates, our school partners, and our awesome bike educators. Thank you, Council, for your support so that we can continue to work hard for a safer Encinitas. Be careful out there and enjoy the ride.
All right, on the count of three, 1, 2, 3, and I'll take one more. Say bicycle. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will move on to oral communications. How
Mr. Mayor,
many?
we have 8.
8.
And just
So-
a reminder, this is the time to speak to the city council on items that are not listed on the agenda. We'll call you 3 at a time. Christine Schindler, Molly Hintlian, and then Dave Dean.
All right, Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. So I realize everybody has Christine fatigue. I have Christine fatigue. So I came with visual aids to make it a little more lively. So happy May Bike Month. Thank you, Mayor and others, for doing a proclamation. We had a fantastic month of fun, education, more fun, sorrow, a lot of sorrow, community loss of life, personal loss of life, council loss of life. It's been quite a month. I'm shaking because it's very upsetting. But to share some fun, we had Bike Anywhere Day. Thank you, the city, to have a pit stop partnering with Trek again. We had another pit stop at Leucadia Cyclery, his first time doing it. It was fantastic, fun, meaningful, full. We had Cyclavia, hopefully everybody engaged. It was awesome. Close the streets down to cars, open it up for all sorts of fun. So acknowledge again, our mayor, our deputy mayor were there. City staff came out in a big way. It was a fantastic event. People say, can we do it more often? Can we make it bigger? Can we put more streets in the route? And we had education. So we had our usual third and fourth Saturday class. They were full. They were parents and teenagers. I spoke with Nick about, we've done a special one for adults. We need to do that again because most people don't want to go to class with teenagers. So I really appreciate this. I've said it many times. Encinitas is leading the way, leaning in a very good way. So in my endeavor to appreciate staff once a month here at council, I appreciate them a heck of a lot more. I wanted to call out particularly people in the community center, senior center, our IT staff, our traffic engineering staff, and our staff here with city clerks. I really appreciate what everybody does every day, the things I know about and the things I don't know about. So I brought my little red heart. I've brought this out before when I've done moment of silence. This particular one I'm putting on my bike so that when I ride around town, people think about the fact that we are all people. We're all people trying to move around our community, and I just hope that we'll slow down, look out for each other, and together care and make safer streets. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was going to take that home with me.
It's a good luck charm. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Molly Hintley, District 2. I attended, this is feedback for a workshop, a community participation workshop that was held on April 30th. I debated talking about this when you were going through your budget cycle, but since it was already a budgeted item, kind of the money was already spoken for, spent. But I guess I have some comments about it because maybe it has other opportunities. So there was a resource, it was policy planning regarding the resource element. And the purpose of the initial outreach was unclear. There was 2 vendors, Kearns and West, facilitating the meeting, and Ascent, who was hired to perform the resource management. Only 3 people showed up to the participation, myself, Dave Dean, and this other person. And all 3 of us were a little unclear about what the purpose of the meeting was. We did leave with understanding what the purpose was. It was about these new state laws, 1425 and AB 1889. And it's really relating to make sure our general plan and our resource element are up to date. And there's accessibility. Next slide. And I think that DUDAC's website kind of explained it in a nutshell. So I did this after the fact so I can understand. So an anecdote in the workshop, there was 4 stations for feedback. And an example was how can we ensure access to the beach? So I shared a story when I first moved to Encinitas. You couldn't walk, that was 14 years ago, you couldn't walk from east of the 5 down to Moonlight Beach. But now, I don't know if it was Caltrans, we can walk safely under the underpass. There's great sidewalks, there's lights, etc. And they said, bingo, that's exactly it. So my takeaway is we're already doing so much in this resource element. So I'm unclear if this is a costly process that maybe we could have had our staff do, and our staff could run the CPP. Do we need third-party vendors to engage and update our general plan resource element? I don't have the cost for Kearns and West as a vendor for the city, but for Ascent, it cost $497,000. So that's close to $500,000 to update our resource element. And I ask, is this a consideration that we could probably do ourselves and do it better?
Thank you.
Following Dave Dean will be Ronnie Gardner, Natalie Satun, and then Trina Priest.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Dave Dean, Dave's Rock Garden. I'm up here to make another request for children's books once again. The library is visited about 20 to 30 times a day by different people, and books disappear quickly. And if you have some children's books, please bring them by the library and drop them off, or you could give them to me here at council and I'll be happy to take them over there. Fourth grade literacy in the United States is 68% below reading comprehension level, which is horrible. So we'd like to really take an effort to promote literacy, especially for children. Also, take a moment, please, enjoy the mural. It's now about 80% complete, looking amazing and about to get better. So we got an incredible group of 5 artists that are working on it to put it together, and it gets better every day. So I'm thrilled about that. And to quote Sierra, Emperor of Rome, 100 BC, if you have a garden and you have a library, you have everything we need. So there we go. Have a good day. Thank you.
That's great.
Hello, Council. My name is Ronnie Gardner. I live in Cardiff since 1988. I reside on the corner of Birmingham and Cambridge. I hire gardeners 2 times a year to cut back the foliage on Birmingham, since I am responsible to keep it cut back even though the property is owned by the city. I have gardeners scheduled in 2 weeks, but the other day I heard some work being done on the street. To my surprise and delight, there were 3 men in orange jackets, not out from prison, but for obviously part of the county or city, cutting back the shrubbery. How nice, but I wanted to know why this was happening. All they knew was they were cutting along Birmingham was ordered due to 3D imaging of the historic stones. I was puzzled. Why was this ordered if the street is not being torn up? Following that day, actually, I called the city to find out why this was happening. I was told that the overlay project of Birmingham asphalt will include the install of ADA compliancy where possible and 3D imaging of the stones. So orders went out to trim all of Birmingham to get prepared for the 3D imaging. So back to my concern. If the streets are being prepared for ADA compliance and will be torn up at various places, how about being efficient and taking down the poles and undergrounding the wires at the same time? Let's not tear up the streets only to do it again. I understand the complexity of coordinating these projects. However, it just seems that the left and the right who put these projects into motion just don't talk to each other, causing much inefficiency. Please, let's coordinate and plan so as to not repeat and waste city money. Please include removing the poles and undergrounding the wires as proposed in 2017 to have been completed in 2021, and today is 2025, and I am aging every single day. And so are all of us. When implementing these projects involving Birmingham, please, let's try to coordinate and be more efficient. And thank you very much, Jim, for what you told me. I know we shouldn't talk together that way, but I'm very excited that somebody's listening to this desire and that this presentation that has been going on since 2017, and hopefully we can do some coordination. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Natalie Satun, Cardiff. Thank you for your hard work on the budget. It was just incredible to see reasonable work. Thank you. And also, thank you to our city manager for looking at fees, because that has been something I've asked for about a year, so I'm happy to do that. I do want the council to know that there was an issue with a public records request that I did related to the fees. I was doing a little bit of research to see if all of the fees are being collected, and I did a public records request on 418 for some violations, particularly illegal camping, and it came back and it was incomplete. Nothing was in this, so I resubmitted it on 520, and I was hoping to get that information in relation to the homeless action plan. So I realized I did it on 418. I still don't have it, and I'm requesting that because I need it for a comment on the HAP. So please get that taken care of as quickly as we can. And I also, the reason I'm looking to do this is because I think that Encinitas' reputation needs to be changed, because our neighboring communities are ramping up on theirs, and it's leaving us very vulnerable. And so I was doing a little bit more research, and so I found out during this that we have an issue trusting some staff recommendations, and it leaves me with a lot of discomfort that staff is not on board with the direction of the new council and with the new city manager. The staff recommendations, I saw one where we had a very large grant, a $4 million grant that mysteriously was withdrawn between the time that the election was done and you all were sworn in. I don't know how that disappeared. We also have some insubordination instances that I found. And I also found a lot of changes that were made post-council approval. So staff is taking it on their own account to do this. So, and I've also noticed that private citizens are having a lot of input post-council. So I would like for you all to look into that. Thank you.
Following Trina Priest will be Tony Gerno and then John Van Cleef.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council and Mayor Ehlers. I'm Trina Priest, a middle school teacher and a mother of 3 teens. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I want to shine a light on the role of marijuana consumption as a cause of mental health problems for our youth adults. As a middle school teacher, I recognize how our young people are challenged by marijuana businesses' predatory and pervasive advertising firepower. I came tonight because I'm concerned about marijuana events that are flowing out of the front doors of pot shops onto the parking lots and the sidewalks. These marijuana events normalize marijuana use and smoking and vaping as some sort of recreation or playtime experience. It is not, nor is it a default choice for relieving stress and anxiety. The cost to society in physical health and mental health problems from marijuana smoking and vaping is staggering. When youth grow up in communities where marijuana consumption is flaunted, their perception of risk of using drugs will be muted. Addiction is a pediatric onset disease, so preventing young people from initiating drug use gives them a chance at fulfilling their potential. Now is not the time to encourage using drugs for fun, as the consequences will not be fun. As Frederick Douglass once said, it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Hopefully, Encinitas will care more about building strong young people and consider reversing the permitting of marijuana businesses in our city. Thank you for your time.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tony Gerno, and as I mentioned at the last meeting, I was born here just about 39 years ago. But what I'd like to speak about today is give a little plug for an organization that I'm not sure that enough people in our community are familiar with. On top of being a lifelong Encinitas resident, I was a student at SDA between the years 2000 and 2004. And I've only recently returned to that campus. And my work over all these years with plants in this particular community has afforded me a lot of really valuable and often exciting connections, and it's actually part of how I know many of the people that I have the privilege of speaking before at this moment. And one of the more recent interactions that came to me related to plants and events in our city and bringing it back to SDA is the opportunity to collaborate with their student garden club. And this is something that I find that many of the parents of current students at SDA are not even aware of. And so I wanted to make sure that everybody here knows a few things, that this club is really full of ambitious and amazing young people currently, and it's led by a teacher at the school named Martin Schacker, and he deserves a lot of credit in giving some incredibly meaningful and positive mentorship for these young students. On top of that, in relation to a recent city project, these students had the opportunity, and this was afforded, fortunately, by city staff, to engage with the landscaping plans of a city project. And in fact, as that went forward, it was a bit late in the process, we'll admit, but a few of the recommendations from these young students who I kind of helped coach in the right direction actually made it into the ground. And all of this is really cool, and not only is it something that means a lot to me, it's a way for young people to become a lasting contributor to our community. And to kind of summarize all of this and why I'm here speaking about it now, many of the students who have been kind of at the spear of that club are graduating now. And so I want to make sure that this garden club at SDA continues to survive and that people are aware of what an awesome opportunity it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am John Van Cleef, and I represent Community Resource Center. During the regular City Council meeting on May 14th, community members shared data about the number of times sheriff deputies had been dispatched to CRC's address. I think a few more than 90 times since January of 2022. I'd actually like to thank them for pointing this out. However, they omitted one important detail. 100% of those calls were made by CRC staff or clients to report behavior that was a safety threat to the community. This affirms that CRC does not enable bad behavior, but holds its clients accountable for their behavior and is committed to public safety. Moreover, these reports to the sheriff were made prior to any verbal declaration and commitment I've made to the council this year, and indicates that our commitment was in place and intact before it was ever verbalized. Three things are concerning about the misinformation that's being spread. First, There's a false claim that CRC is enabling when in fact, as the data shows, CRC holds its clients accountable for bad behavior. 2, there's a false claim that CRC advertises its services in places like San Diego and invites addicts to come to Encinitas for food and enables their bad behavior. And no focus on the fact that people, unhoused and housed addicts, are sourcing their alcohol, marijuana, and other drugs elsewhere in the community. CRC gives people food, not illegal drugs. Third, it distracts from the effective work that's being done to address homelessness in the community, as evidenced by the 26% decrease in unsheltered homelessness in Encinitas between 2024 and 2025. As we continue this conversation, as we continue to focus in on the homelessness action plan, as we continue to look at examples from other cities that are effectively addressing this, I hope these kinds of facts and this information helps the council understand that we're here to serve and join you in addressing homelessness in our community. Thank you.
That concludes oral communications.
And just as an informational item, I believe we're hearing the update, the homeless action plan on June 4th. Yeah, a week from today. So next item is report from closed session, which we had none, so there is none. Are there any changes, item 7, any changes?
There are no changes to the posted agenda. And then
Okay.
moving to the consent calendar, item 8I has been removed by Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay. Anybody else want to pull any items on the consent calendar? And just for clarity, there was a typo, I think, in 8C, that we got that fixed?
It was fixed and it
Okay.
was posted.
Okay, great. With that, and no other items pulled by public,
Nope.
I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve 8A through H and 8J.
Okay. Okay, I got a motion and a second. Let's call the question.
That motion carries unanimously. It takes us to item 8I.
And did you want a staff report on 8I?
If we could do just kind of a synopsis of it so that people sitting on here will know what we're talking about. I don't need a deep dive. This is actually not about the cap. This is about this contract.
Okay, so was that a yes or no? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, but it's
Okay,
short and
so-
abbreviated version if possible, just so the public knows what we're talking about, what this item is.
Okay, so if, it sounds like, proceed.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, and I did prepare a presentation in anticipation of this potentially being pulled. So again, this is item 8I, and I wanted to briefly state at the beginning that that this item is primarily in response to council's FY 25-26 annual work plan that was recently passed. Within that plan is goal 5.3, which is to advance the climate action plan with data-driven results, and objective A, which is to complete a cost-benefit analysis comparing total cost of implementing each CAP measure to the benefits, including greenhouse gas reductions, community co-benefit, and community co-benefits. And I will go briefly through this. So I just wanted to briefly share how far along we are in the CAP update process. So we are at about between stage 4 and 5 when the interest for the benefit cost analysis came up. So we decided that it was an opportune time to propose that it get included into this process and be a part of the CAP update itself. So to date, what has happened with the CAP update is with the CAP document itself, it has been updated with a greenhouse gas emissions inventory. Staff has established proposed greenhouse gas reduction targets for 2030 and 2045. We have developed a draft greenhouse gas set of reduction measures, and a public draft of the climate action plan has been developed. We are also in the process of developing an implementation cost analysis, and that's about 70% complete. We have done extensive public engagement regarding the CAP update. So outreach and engagement plan was completed, and we've hosted 3 public workshops. We proctored an online public survey and held stakeholder interviews to several stakeholders. I believe it was around a large handful, maybe 10 different stakeholders we reached out to. Received input from the Environmental Commission and feedback from many of the other relevant commissions. We visited almost every commission, and then held a public comment period for that draft climate action plan. In summary for tonight's request, staff is requesting Amendment 4 to be put in place to the agreement for the scope of work for the CAP update. This would include additional work on the implementation cost analysis. There is a need to reassess some of the cost data that was made and to revise the report format. This is kind of an iterative process, and the second iteration of the effort was unanticipated in the original scope. A second request is to, there's additional money needed to finalize and draft the CAP document. We are, again, unanticipated, but expecting that based on public comments and council feedback, that likely there will be some additions and amendments to the CAP, the draft CAP, that may need to take place. And so this money would account for those amendments. And then third would be the most significant item, and that's the addition of that benefit cost analysis. So primarily this is being proposed to be consistent with SANDAG's recap framework for benefit cost analyses. So they have a structure on how to complete a benefit cost analysis. There's data collection involved. It's fairly extensive. It involves collection of community data and municipal data as it relates to costs and benefits to implement all of the CAP measures through 2045. And the analysis, it includes 28 of the CAP measures, but 4 are actually would be excluded from this because they're not feasibly quantifiable. And I can go into detail on that if you would like, but I'll just leave it there. And then an additional component that that came to light since the original contract is that there is now a new ADA compliance requirement for posting documents to websites, and specifically to Sequanet, where and California Environmental Quality Act documents get posted for public review. And so to meet those requirements, this is a state requirement, it would that this scope has been added. And then finally, there's a little bit of scope and cost for finalizing the CEQA study and determination. So just wanted to briefly go over why to complete the benefit cost analysis. Number one, it does satisfy that annual work plan objective A, as I mentioned. It provides the total municipal cost of CAP implementation. So that would be total cost through the 20 years of the scope of the Climate Action Plan through 2045. Right now, the implementation cost analysis that has been done or is being worked on, that only goes through the first 5 years of implementation, so much different analysis. And then also it quantifies costs and benefits in net present value, which the implementation cost analysis does not do. Fourth, it assesses cost effectiveness of the CAP measures, and this is where you would get that direct comparison of the total cost to implement as compared to the metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent or the greenhouse gas emission reductions. And then it also will provide a prioritized list of CAP measures, and the results could be used for future budgeting. And then lastly, it does estimate community participation costs. And an example of this is it does estimate, for example, if we were to say incentivize solar on homes, it would estimate the cost for people to install solar for a person to install solar on their home. And then lastly, this is my last slide, and I just wanted to show just kind of the level of detail that goes into a benefit cost analysis. This is just one part of the analysis. This is kind of step one where you do the data collection. And this is an example of the different types of data that would need to be collected for one example measure. So as you can see, it's quite extensive. There's some data collection that the jurisdiction staff supports, but then there's quite a bit of other types of data that are pulled from scientific reports and other sources to feed into the analysis. There's a lot more to the benefit cost analysis, but I just wanted to leave it there for time's sake. And that wraps up my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Super, thank you. Appreciate that. I wish you'd brought all those numbers to our briefing. That would have been really helpful. My question isn't with the cap. My question is with this extension. And my question of adding tasks, the scope necessary to complete the implementation cost analysis, added benefit cost analysis, and execute the final document for implementation, adding $143,000 to an already $280,000, $942 for consulting billing for the University of San Diego. Lots to dig into. On October 16th, 2020, this all started 11/10/2022. Item 1.2 on that document, consultant shall complete services provided, final data reports no later than June 30th, 2023, unless an extension of time is mutually agreed to by both parties. We agreed to that. We moved forward. If you move to October 16th, 2024, complete additional greenhouse gas emissions reduction analysis for the price of $48,175. It appears that we're being asked to do this again. This was supposed to be done in quarter Q4 of quarter one of quarter 2023 to April 2023. Warren, could you please put up Amendment 2? Greenhouse gas analysis was already included in the Amendment 3, $48,175 increase approved by Council on October 16th and signed December 9th, 2024. Which one do we have up there? Yeah, that is going to get to that one in a second. Now we're being asked to pay an additional $7,500 for that same service on this current bill. Implementation costs, and that's what Amendment 2 is. Implementation cost analysis was already included at no additional cost when we swapped Task 3.4 and Amendment 2 signed on this document here, January 25th, 2024. Cost benefit analysis at that point was actually replaced with implementation cost analysis at no additional cost. But now we're going back and we're paying for implementation costs again while adding $85,000 for our cost benefit analysis. Can we go to the next one in document 2? And this is what we switched it for. 3.4 were switched as of the date October 26, 2024. And it says, complete an implementation cost analysis report that summarizes results, including but not limited to total cap implementation cost, existing program cost, new and expanded programming cost, cost by cap strategy and measure, cost by city department, cost by staff, full-time equivalent staffing needs by measure and department. Methods used to complete this analysis will be consistent with the SANDAG recap framework, technical appendix 4. And this includes the estimate to the cost of the city of Encinitas to implement cap measures during the first 5 years. .8 on the same document includes preparing the final cap update. Final cap update was included in the original agreement, November 10, 2022. 1.2 term says consultant shall complete the services provided, final data and reports. And now we're being charged $23,908 plus for our final data report. I'm at, what, 60-something thousand here so far. Additionally, we're being charged project management, other technical services. How much of these are related to the 4 items technically, I guess, I just pointed out? That's another $10,000. Board says, again, for the 48,000 for additional necessary analysis of our GHGs. Clearly, I just pointed out that we were already supposed to have done this. Is there a second analysis they're producing? I feel like we need to go back over this contract and figure out either we're not making sure that they're doing what they asked them to do and just trusting them to come forward with the next thing saying, oh, we're going to do this, when clearly this document that we signed and they signed says that we're going to do all these things.
So is that
I believe-
question to staff? What's different, maybe?
Not yet. If we want to move to amendment number 3, please. Adding tasks to the scope not to exceed the amount of 138, 167. When we get to today's proposal and amendment, which includes all of these things we've already paid for. So I'm a little curious why we are getting charged twice for things that clearly we already signed off and agreed on and paid for.
Was that the question to staff, or is it?
It's my question. Anyone who can answer it. I mean, tell me what's wrong about this amendment I put up there.
So maybe a first question, and Jim, let me know if this is part of what you're asking. What's new in the 142,767 that's being added? What cost analysis wasn't in the appendix that he just showed, the 3.4, the data 3.4?
This says
is there new?
This says a complete implementation of cost analysis. Complete.
I'm asking for staff to respond to you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to. So the implementation cost analysis is a much different analysis than a benefit cost analysis. So the implementation cost analysis only looks at what it would cost the city to implement the measure. A benefit cost analysis looks at both what the municipality would incur, but then also the community. So there's other external costs that would be invoked if we say passed a regulation that required solar or something like that. So that's what the benefit cost analysis will do. The other major difference is that the implementation cost analysis only looks at the first 5 years and doesn't do the analysis to show it in net present value or all of the comparisons to be able to utilize, create a prioritized list or do a comparison to the greenhouse gas reduction measures. And those are kind of the main differences. The benefit cost analysis will do the full 20 years all the way out through the ultimate goal. So it is much more robust of an analysis tool.
So 20-year so the cap, first of all, requires partnerships, correct? With SDG&E, community power, and other companies, providers who will be willing to do a 20-year MOU with us on this?
We wouldn't be seeking the MOUs.
But you'd need that to do a cost analysis to have those MOUs to be sure that your partners are going to play ball with you the way you want to. Building decarbonization, renewable energy, all of these things require partnerships and dive into. I tried to do the 20-year analysis. I went into different ways, and you can't do the 20-year analysis because you can't guarantee those things. You'd have to do like 5 different ways. So 5-year is, we're looking up here to make a decision on something. And in 5 years or 10 years, if we're not changing our cap in 20 years, I'm going to be shocked if the world doesn't change enough for us to need to change our cap. So I'm still looking at this as complete implementation cost analysis, completed. These 3 items I've pointed out, all are supposed to be done to completion on that October 16th data or agreement. Are we going back to USD and saying, hey, guys, this doesn't match up. You're asking us something we already agreed to, or this doesn't make sense. Why are we doing this again? I mean, I assume when we vote on something up here, not to exceed is not to exceed, and the plan is to get to that point. And I'm looking at, this money that they're coming back and asking for more of. And I'm going to tell you, I don't want to give it to them.
Yeah. So when you're ready to yield,
I'll yield for the moment.
Okay, cool. And I'm up next, and then Councilmember San Antonio. So first thing, I think they used the term ICA, implementation cost analysis, and then something new we asked for that I asked for, and I think we all did ultimately, was the benefit cost, BCA, benefit cost analysis. It's listed in there. And I thought that the recap framework, and if you go back and look at the recap, you pick the summary document on page 22 that's got a really good pictorial and talks about measuring combined benefits and costs, so that's benefits and implementation costs to the administrator, participants, and non-participants. And that in particular is something that I was very interested in understanding. It's not just what it costs the city to implement, it's what it costs the community, it's what it costs the user, it's what it costs the provider. There's a sum total, and I think of it always as a kind of a GDP concept, that if it costs the economy of the local economy so much, then we should model that so that we can eventually develop a metric. And that's what the goal here is, a metric of how many dollars per equivalent metric ton of carbon dioxide is offset. And that's the goal here. And I did think it was I was a little surprised by 142,000 additional, but I knew it was a big ask, because no longer you're just modeling the city's implementation cost. We're now modeling the citizens' participation cost, where could be the store or whomever, all different people for all these different, how many, 26 programs in the cap? Or there are 20, I forget what you named it.
28.
28, sorry, 28.
Or 28.
Minus 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we are getting something different than that Section 3.4 you showed. The 3.4 was only, and Crystal, you can confirm this, was the original 3.4 and Amendment 2 only ICA, implementation costs?
The amendment to establish the ICA as the analysis was, sorry, repeat your question again?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Amendment 2 that we were looking at
Yeah.
earlier with that Section 3.4, that added the ICA cost
Correct, yeah,
analysis,
yes.
but did not add the benefit cost analysis, the broader one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could clarify, there was a change from the original contract did indicate that a benefit cost analysis was going to be completed. However, the extent of what that would have been, the way that it was scoped out, was not as detailed as what is identified here. There was a misconstruing of what the level of detail would be. So really Amendment 2 was to clarify what was meant by that analysis in the original scope of work. And in discussions with the consultant and as staff, I felt that their explanation of what the scope of the work was made sense, and Amendment 2 was to clarify that it really was the implementation cost analysis and not the benefit cost analysis. As the project went on, and as at the same time, the council's work plan was established, that's when the realization occurred that it could be advantageous to actually bring the more fully fleshed out, comprehensive benefit cost analysis back into this project. However, that would have to be at an additional cost.
Yeah. And I think the example I'm always using up here is when we're trying to compare, do we put our money in planting 1,000 trees, or do we put our money in converting one additional house to solar? And the metric tons of carbon offset from 1,000 trees over the next 30 years is trivial compared to the one house. But honestly, the cost isn't that different. So the goal I had, and I think we talked about, was to be able to have a metric that we can use going forward. And it's not, I know you're concerned about the 20-year and not knowing exactly what happens in 20 years, but we have to have some assumption framework. And it's like a budget, it's like an economic predictor, it's a benefit predictor. So we have some model that we can question up here, and I think that when you shared the recap framework, I thought when I read through the cost analysis, Appendix 4 or whatever, I thought that was very good, and I thought the summary in page 22 of the summary was really good, explaining the cost framework, the cost analysis framework. I think it's very close to what I was looking for, and I would like to, as part of our cap rewrite, be able to do a better choice of which projects we say, yeah, that's a good one, because I'm offsetting carbon very efficiently with not just city implementation funds, but benefits to everyone else, all the other participants. So trying to think, I think I had one other, I think that was, I had one other question. The excluding the 4 cap, can you say which 4 they were and why they were not feasibly quantifiable? I'm trying to get that phrase out.
Yeah,
I know why.
Let's see. They were listed in the item. But they're listed in the scope of work. Which ones? Let me just get to that page so I don't misspeak. Okay, so it is, I'm on page 8 of the item if you want to follow along. So under task 6.3, the 4 that will be excluded are BD3, which is require existing non-residential development energy efficiency. The reason why that was excluded is because right now, that would be a REACH code. And right now, the REACH code is infeasible, but why it's still being included in the cap is that in the future, the next 20 years, it's possible technology can change and the cost of the feasibility to the that building owner might get more affordable, and then we could do a REACH code. So right now, it's kind of like a placeholder measure for the future, 20 years in the future. We're planning for 20 years in the future. And then MBD2 is the next one, and that's require new municipal facilities to be all electric. The city does not have any anticipation of any new facilities coming online. So again, if we knew there was a fire station or something like that, we could financially, we could calculate the cost for that, but we don't have any coming up, so that's another one.
We have 2 new fire stations coming sometime in the next 10 years, I would hope. Right?
Sometime, yeah. So
okay.
that's possible. So that's still evolving. So
I think you're saying each one of these is
each one has a reason.
Zero carbon offset and zero cost today because we don't have more concrete
we don't have the
plans.
data basically
Okay.
to
I
be
just
able to
wanted
do the
understand.
analysis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually, when we do have something to move forward on, the future projects could fit in the same framework.
Certainly. Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
cool. That's all I was trying to ask. So, Councilmember San Antonio, and then we'll go to Councilmember O'Hara.
I guess circling back to how this started. Let's just, for the original agreement, I just so that we can clarify, it says consultant shall complete the services provided, complete the service and provide final data and reports. I mean, was that completed?
No, the data and reports are not complete because we're not there. Yeah, there's more
Okay.
work to be done, and part of the reason why the project is currently paused is to fold in the benefit cost analysis
Okay.
if that is of interest of council. If that's not folded in, we are very soon ready to proceed forward. We have, like I said, we have that draft document that's already been published publicly for review, and 90% plus percent of the work is mostly finished. It's just whether this additional analysis and a few additional needs are added to the project.
And I guess so. Have we already paid for this?
We have paid for the majority of it.
Okay.
Yes. So the majority of the work has been billed and paid for.
Okay. So I guess when we were talking about, the additional fire stations, so will we have to go through this again and pay additional monies?
That would be the case. The way that the cap updates are structured right now is the cap, our current cap indicates that we will update the climate action plan every 5 years. So if that continues to be the case, if that's how the next one is adopted, then in 5 years we would look at this again, and that would be an opportunity to do an additional analysis, or really any time between now and then. But yeah, it's up to council if you'd like to do
Okay.
that.
All right, I'll yield to Councilman O'Hara.
Councilmember O'Hara?
Yeah. So implementation of cost analysis, benefit cost analysis, to go out 20 years. What I heard was it's a guesstimate, $140,000 guesstimate. That's exactly what I heard, what people would call it. And when we get it back, how much to send it back? When we come back to, this is a draft, we are not going to review it finally, to your point, we're going to send it back, and it's going to cost us money then. They're going to charge us more to finalize it, or go on beyond that, I'm sure, right? To Councilmember San Antonio's point, even that with these missing items here, if we do this in the future, we have to pay more if we want to get a study on it. I guess I'm coming to a loss as what we're getting for $140,000 that we shouldn't have got for our original amount of money that I'm not seeing listed here in front of me. Beyond a benefit cost analysis that, per the evidence I'm seeing in front of me here, is a guesstimate. We haven't even brought into the conversation about when you want to figure out what it costs residents. That comes down to, are there incentives available? Are there rebates available? Sometimes they go, sometimes they come. Depends if Trump is president, depends if Newsom's governor. We can't predict that. We have no idea. Anybody here know who's going to be president in 20 years? No. So I'm back to this $140,000 20-year guesstimate. And sure feeling like we've paid a lot of this money, and this is an overpriced line item, and I'd love to see this go back and get renegotiated for what I believe should be a more appropriate price, which is about half, at the most. If this were anybody's business up here, and I said we're gonna charge you $250,000, and not to exceed $250,000, I should say. And I came back and said, well, we're going to have more on it. Now it's going to not to exceed $130,000 more. A lot of questions to that person I was talking to. And I want to make sure that our staff is asking those questions and getting us the best price, because I don't think this is it.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I had a question yesterday during our briefing that how much money are they basically giving us a cost-benefit analysis on? About how much money are we applying to the next 20 years, plus or minus?
Oh, sorry. So your question is how much?
How much are we talking about over the next 20 years that we're going to be spending on
right.
cap?
Okay.
programs and stuff of that nature. Yeah.
So the implementation cost analysis, like I said, is about 70% done. And preliminarily, right now, we're looking at a cost estimate to implement all the measures of about $35 million.
Okay, so it's a very large amount. That 142,000 to know where to apply, how to apply properly, appropriately, seems reasonable. But kind of, Councilmember O'Hara did breeze past it with kind of the, community power. I sat on their board for 3 months or 2 months before Marco got up there, and there's a lot of unknowns right now, like a lot. I want to say it was $767 million behind their estimates in 21 for the 25 electricity cost. So $767 million behind on their estimation. That's not good math. That's not good probabilities of application of our time, money, and efforts. So with the backdrop of the current national government, with what's going on in our own state government, there's without the grid to really support the electrical requirements of an all-electrical building, let alone an all-electrical fleet of vehicles, there is a lot of unidentified certainty in our future of 20 years, again, which is what Councilmember O'Hara is saying. So I think it's worth the 142 or whatever it is, the 142,767. If we know that we're going to spend 35 million, if we're going to get the grants or we're going to do these things, I would be a little bit weary in a world, a landscape that is completely unpredictable right now. And then actually it's probably predictable in the opposite direction of what we thought 3, 4, or 5 years ago when we signed these agreements. So that's just where I sit with it. That's just kind of some of the food for thought. Sorry, we have a public speaker.
Oh, we do? Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Why don't we take the public speaker now and then?
Natalie Satun?
Natalie Satun, I apologize for that. This is actually why I have an issue with some of the staff recommendations, because they come to us or to you all and they haven't been finalized. There are problems with the MOUs that haven't been complete. I saw this multiple times. One I can think of off the top of my head was JFS with the lot getting reports submitted. They break their contract, they break the stipulations that are in the MOUs, and I have an issue with this not being completed and coming back for, coming to you all. So that's why when I asked you during oral communications to please look into staff recommendations, I feel like you all do not have the benefit of a complete picture of what's going on. So thank you, Jim, for looking into this, because it's very hard to come and ask for more money when you haven't completed the contract in the first place, or the stipulations. It might not be necessarily a monetary, but finalizing it and formalizing it to the end. This happened time and time again with the former city manager and the former council, and it was a real disservice to taxpayer funds, so thank you.
Okay, I'm up next. I view this as a framework, is what we're developing as a cost analysis framework, and we are plowing new ground, there's no doubt in my mind. I'm going to use the example of, 2 examples. What if we said, I'll use an easy one. What if the city had to make a decision to buy an all-electric fire engine? It's going to cost the city an extra $1 million. Roughly, right? And we ought to have that. And how many, over the life of that fire engine, how many metric tons of carbon would it offset? I can get a really nice figure of merit that will tell me. That one's pretty straightforward. Most of the costs are all borne by us, by the city. Let's talk about making requiring that businesses be all electric and can't use gas. That has a lot of costs that are not, the cost to the city would be the cost of implementing, policing it, code enforcement, that kind of stuff. And the ICA would catch that. but it would not catch the cost to the business owner of additional utility costs because they're paying per kilowatt hour or per BTU, they're paying roughly double what they would have been paying on an operational side. They're paying higher costs in their utility, their equipment, much like the electric fire truck is more. And so the goal I had, and the reason I was very vocal about this, is that I wanted to get that framework so that in the future when we're deciding where to take the cap, we put it in the least cost. We can keep that 35 million the lowest, and we might be able, through spending a little money here, and 140 is more than I anticipated an increase. But I still have a goal of getting that framework so that I might use this framework to not have to update it. I don't have to go back and pay this consultant each time. We can go through and get to a point where we could do the analysis on some of these simpler projects and costs for future cap. And as we update, we can look at it. So that's what I'm looking for here, and I thought that's where we went with it.
Can I clarify a question from what you just said? Is that, so you're saying that we're using this to get the burden on our citizens, not us, the city? This is to actually find out more about how much we're going to burden our citizens with a $35 million requirement.
And it's actually the total burden, not just the citizens, but the entire economy, if you will.
I get it. Yeah. But
And that was, the first one was the implementation cost analysis, the ICA as it's called. And this is asking now for a benefit cost analysis, which is bigger.
So this is
It
to
is
protect
more
our citizens
expensive.
a little bit.
But
It's actually
somewhere this work's already been done. All the work you're talking about, somebody's already done it.
Well, I think it's in the recap framework for Sandag, but for our particular projects, it hasn't been done. For the projects in our cap, that's what we're doing. So I think your
they're
concern
going to get you an
right
electric
now,
walker. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. The concern is it's doubling the total. The contract is going from 138 to 280,000, right? And that was a big jump. That's that 142,000 jump. And that's a lot. So I would support having a look and see if there's anything we can trim out of it. But ultimately, I don't want to give up. I personally don't want to give up the framework, so that in the future, I think we will make better, more rational, cost-based decisions that are not just self-centric for the city, but they also look at the citizens and the businesses and the cost impacts, the benefit cost impacts for everyone. So, and I'll yield to Councilmember San Antonio.
So to what Councilmember Schaefer said, I was sitting on this board. I don't even know why I didn't think about it, but we, in our board meeting at the San Diego Community Power, they're talking about a lot of the changes coming through with Trump's big beautiful bill, which is essentially going to change the landscape for tax credits on solar and a variety of other things. I guess, will we be incurring costs every time something changes? Updating this, and I know it does take time and money for those, all these analyses, but do we, I guess, is it every single time something changes, we've got to, because I know that San Diego Community Power and everybody's kind of like shucking and jiving, trying to figure out what's going to happen next. Is that something that we'll have to look out for as well? Because, I guess as a council, we're always looking for, getting the most for our money, as well as staff. I know you guys are too, so that we can, take care of our residents, our citizens here, our 65 or 63,000 people that look to us as to what we're here for. So I'm just trying to, I guess, throw that out there, but maybe just a little bit of.
Yeah, so if I understood your question, you're asking if things change with the state or the federal administration as it relates to incentives or things that impact the climate action plan or costs, would we have to update our analysis? And the short answer is it's up to you. It's up to council if you would like to do that. So we can, right now we have it, the CAP is committed to updating the climate action plan every 5 years. You can include a benefit cost analysis in that, or you don't have to. It's up to you. But I would mention what the mayor suggested, that this will establish a framework. If we have a measure in there that was analyzed with the benefit cost analysis, and one of the things in there that was part of the equation was the incentive, and now the incentive is gone, we could go in and, since we have that, enough data, we can just modify that incentive price and get an interim modified adjustment. And that's something at a staff level we could do just on a measure by measure basis. Now, with the caveat that if a whole lot of things change, then that would be a different picture. But if individual things change and we want to look at individual items, I see that as a possibility.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. We had talked about this yesterday during our staff briefing. And the thing I'd asked about is making sure that if we're going to do this, is that we make sure that we're asking them to study the things that we are kind of timeless, the things that would be more beneficial with or without whatever the federal or state is going to be doing. Something like, Mayor just mentioned it, but if improving our houses, we're already doing stuff for fire to, self-protect, self-defend against, hardening our fire stance. Well, is there a way to better insulate our houses, better windows, better stuff, things that we can do that aren't dependent on one administration to the next? I don't want to be spending 35, every time we changed from one to the next, having to go down a different path, whether we are going to be electric, not, whatever. There's things that are a little bit more timeless, a little bit more manageable by the citizens and stuff of that nature. So I would want to make sure that we are getting something for this that isn't going to be changing. There might be, let's just say out of 100% of report, maybe 80% is not changeable per. And so I don't know the specialties or the specifics on every part of this plan. That's kind of your job, but that's where I'd want to put this money towards something that is actually going to get citizens a way to manage that improvement, be better to the earth, be better to all these things without, again, living in the winds of the BS that happens above us. That's really the truth right now. So I'm willing to spend this money and put it towards that, but we just got to get away from letting a study come back and they put all of their eggs in this basket, thinking that Trump's going to go this way, and then all of a sudden he's out and somebody else is in. Now that cost of 142 is probably going to be, plus inflation, 242, next year or whatever, 5 years or whenever we do this. So instead of living in the winds, let's start setting our own flagpole on what it is we're going to do. We've always been leaders. We've been innovators of it as Encinitas. Let's be innovators of this, and let's become that part of this. And so let's stop letting them tell us. Let's tell them what it is that we want to study, be a little bit more deliberate on what it is we want back. And then I say, let's just spend the money and get good infrastructure and framework for it. And that's something that we could all sink our teeth into. I think Encinitas as a whole would be willing to do that.
Councilmember O'Hara.
I agree. We 100% be the flagship and go up the flagpole. I already have the information to do that, and we have the residents to do it, and we have 250 staff members that can do this. Where in the data did it say $35 million? The number you gave Councilmember Schaefer, where did $35 million come? Where do I find that?
That is in the draft of the implementation cost analysis. So that has not been presented to council yet. It's still being developed. So to get to $35 million, you probably somewhere along the line have to do a cost benefit analysis. Otherwise, how do you get to that number? The implementation cost analysis that came up with that number.
Same idea. You still have to know, because one offsets the other. They go hand in hand.
Can I provide? Hi, Ryan Lampkin, Sustainability Analyst. So the implementation cost analysis is only looking at what it costs the city, and those are numbers that were provided by staff. So for example, how much it costs to replace a fleet vehicle. So that's the ICA, whereas the BCA is going to look at how much it's going to cost the public.
Where does the city get its money from?
Sorry?
Where does the city get its money from?
The public. And
so it costs the public. Right? Thank you. So here's where I get to with this. The University of San Diego gave us a draft that was supposed to be just this side of finished. They had a responsibility to do this, an obligation. If we're going to tell our residents this is what we think they should do to be better stewards of the environment, to help our climate, we should count on our USD, our consultants, to do that homework so that we're telling them the right thing to do, not come back and say, oh, you actually want to know if this is the right thing to do? Well, it's $140,000 more to do that. I think we should, from where we're at, be able to do this ourselves. I really do, from what we need to do for the next 5 years. I think that's all within it. I think when we go out to 35 million in 20 years, it's a guesstimate. And I don't want to pay $140,000 for a guesstimate. I'd like staff to go back and renegotiate this to something that's a little more reasonable. I'll yield for the moment.
Okay. I'm up next. And so I was going to propose a motion because we need to move along here. But I wanted to, again, I think the $35 million is implementation cost only to the city and does not include the benefit cost analysis, the BCA, as we were talking.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
But where will we get that money from?
And so what was to be completed was the implementation cost analysis. And that's where the $35 million came from. That's in the draft that has not been shared with us yet. And what we asked for here was the benefit cost analysis. So my compromise proposal is that we continue this, but ask staff to talk to the consultant, EPIC, UCSD EPIC, and have them come back with maybe breaking it down to, is there a way to show us the more concrete calculations that might be easier and give us a breakdown of maybe some options we could look that would be cheaper, and maybe we could determine that a portion of the benefit cost analysis, like maybe it's different by each of the 28 different CAP programs. And maybe we are less worried about one of the CAP programs because it's a much, much smaller one. I'm really trying to get bang for the buck here. I think that's what you're trying to do too. But I do still believe that we need to understand that framework. And once we have a framework, an accepted framework, then we may be able to do more of this analysis in-house or even use it in everyday life here as we're making choices on future ordinances and whatever that may not be in the CAP today, but we could still look at the cost of implementing climate action versus the benefit in equivalent metric tons of CO. So I'll make a motion that we have staff come back, not approve it tonight, come back with some options, to maybe not 142, but show how you break down the 142, and maybe we can make some choices and reduce the cost to the city, which I think is your ultimate goal. And so that's my motion. And see if I can get a second. And I've got, if anybody wants to second quickly, we're okay. Otherwise,
I will second in good faith.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to.
Deputy Mayor Lyons wants to speak.
I just want to go on the record of saying that I think there's a lot of education that needs to happen up here on the dais, and that perhaps that's obvious. I think that this is a reasonable proposal from a specialist. I think this is an expertise we don't have in-house, which is when we go out to consultants to help us, it's an expertise we don't have in-house. And a lot of times we don't have it in-house because we don't need it all the time. We just need it for a distinct piece of work. And so it wouldn't make sense for us to have this expertise in-house. This is a proposal that looks reasonable to me, so you'll find that I won't be voting for this motion, and that's the reason why, is because I think it should be approved, and I understand the merits. And I understand that we asked for this piece of work, that this is a different and additional piece of work from the consultant, and this is a value to that piece of work that is reasonable from that profession.
Okay. And Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, just to be quick, I would lean closer to what Deputy Mayor Lyons just said. I think that it's a good breakdown. It shows where the money's going, the 17, the 85, that it's all broken down for us. It's not that we don't get it. It's just that this is a relatively new world that we're living in, this whole climate action. So nobody really gets it, and that's what I try to go back to. Let's just get some staple, concrete things. So I'd rather have a motion that says, like, let's push it through with the idea that we want, a 20-year plan. How about this? I have a bunch of MP3 players that don't work anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, the technology's changing such a rate, and things are happening that are shifting. Like, let's just get the stuff that works right here, right now, for the next 5 years, and as the stuff changes, that we'll just adjust fire then. We'll have to do this every 5 years anyway. So if we can just make sure that I'll push it through tonight. I'll actually approve the motion, just as long as we're not going to get back go do all this electrical work, and then in 6 months, we're going a different direction. We're fracking and getting back to that model. So let's get away from, we need this. We asked for this back in, at our strategic planning. So we asked for this, that I think this is good. To apply $35 million, it's just the first $10 million doesn't need to be on this super new stuff that nobody really knows about. It needs to be on the blocking and tackling, the stuff that you need to do every time. That stuff is the stuff that we want this group to do. That's where I am with it. I would prefer to push it through, get this thing going, get back from them.
So are you okay with 142?
I am okay with the 35. If we're going to apply 35, even if it's $10 million, it's worth 142, right? If you had $10,000, it's $142. Wouldn't it be that worth? It'd be worth spending. It's totally worth spending to make sure you apply the rest of it properly. So I'm okay with it. It's just I just want to make sure that when we're talking to these people, the people doing the work, that I just don't want to be bamboozled by it. I don't want to be, here's all the bright bells and whistles when it's not what we're looking for. We're Encinitas, I think, for the most part. I talked to Edco. I'm on the board there. I went out there. Encinitas is the lead for all recycling. We're the best in the county, right? She just reported that we're one of the best in the county for community power and renewable energy. So Encinitians are on it. We're not the tail end. We're not the caboose here. We're the engine running this thing. So let's just do that, and let's be that.
This isn't about the cap. This isn't about, I could dive in the cap, that's a whole other discussion. And the whole question of the cap is, we're going to go into the cap, and a lot of these things that we're looking at are going to change.
Which is what I just said. Let's go to the stuff that's not going to change. Let's start there for the first 5, 10
other
million.
technical services. Other technical services, what's one of the items here on the list of things we're paying for, on the super complete list of things we're paying for? Other technical service, just other technical services.
So
I go back to, I appreciate
motion.
your motion, and I will support it with a second.
Okay, I think Luke already seconded it, but.
I did,
okay.
yeah.
Jim, okay. So.
I just want to see it.
Oh, yeah.
So substitute motion or call a question? I have no speakers right now. I mean, we can bring it back fairly quickly, too. I think I want to make sure we get to the bottom. The only reason
How long? Like a week from now? I mean, we're going next week?
Probably not a week, but
you
certainly
need?
3 weeks, 4 weeks, something, in June, before July. We don't want it to get stale at all. Or approve it tonight. I could go either way. I'm trying to get us to, we've been talking about this for almost 45 minutes.
Yeah, ultimately we're going to come back, it's going to be $121,000, and which is fine saving that, but what do we, I'm not saying that it's not, but if the 142 is worth it, again, $35 million over 20 years, let's just apply the first 10 million over 5 years. And it's done right. If it's done right, if it's all the stuff that we can sink our teeth into, and there's very little fraud, waste, and abuse, then let's go for it.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve as presented.
Do we have a second?
I guess I would ask Crystal, is this something that you can have that conversation with them and get that, the stuff that we talked about yesterday, the stuff I'm talking about right now, because that's something that we can get back from them, make sure that that's the bread and butter of what we get back out of $442,000. The upfront cost.
So you're
the stuff,
asking,
yes.
do you think that what they've proposed here in the scope of work is what they're going to prepare for us? Is that, sorry, I didn't quite understand your question.
It's what I just said, making sure that what they're giving back to us is the stuff that we can use right now for the next 5 years. That's not going to.
Oh, yes.
It's not going to be adjusted because of another administration or something like that. Like,
Well,
let's
I
just
guess
go at it.
you're right that the future is uncertain. You're certainly right about that. But what they can do is, with the knowledge that's available now, is they can do, that analysis with what's best available data at the moment. I mean, they can't predict how things are going to change. So there could be, like the example of the incentives is a good example. It's state incentive or federal incentive is a good example. But as the mayor suggested, the framework would be there, and you could adjust that incentive cost in the analysis and get a modified result for those individual measures if you wanted. I think that seems
Again,
feasible.
we're going to have to do this in 5 years. So the idea is that there's going to be stuff that's going to be around in 5 years that's not going to be adjusted by proposed new technologies.
Right.
Flying cars is a thing, but there's still going to be roads in 5 years, and we're still going to be using them. Yeah. So I want to get stuck on the car stuff that we can fix right now for the next 5 years, and then when flying cars come, we'll add that to the list in 5 years. So my point is I want to make sure that we're directed specifically for the stuff for the next 5 years that is not going away because of an administration above us. That's what I'm asking.
Right. And if I understand your question, what has been developed in the Climate Action Plan in terms of measures is specifically things that the city can implement. They're not reliant on the state or the federal government in terms of grants and such do always help, incentives do help, but the things that are currently proposed in the Climate Action Plan are things that the city would implement irregardless of the state or the federal government.
Copy. I'll second the motion.
Second the substitute motion. Right. Okay. So I've got a motion and a second. Anybody else wishing to speak? So this is that a yes? Jim?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess a lot of paperwork, sorry. The cost benefit analysis, and now our cost implementation analysis. Item 3.4 and item 3.7 cover all the things we've been talking about, and they were supposed to be done by April of 2023. So I keep coming back to this agreement here that we signed, and I'm wondering, that's 1 year, less than a year, and something's changed, cost.
Yeah,
Now we're talking about going, but this was supposed to be done last year, and we're gonna assume it's not gonna change next year. We can go ahead and vote. I think you guys have all heard, I'm not gonna spend money just to spend money. And so we can vote on whatever the motion is. If anybody has anything to add, we can go with it, but at this time, I'm looking forward to pointing out how we spent this money in the future if this is where we go with it. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, but then we have a substitute motion. Substitute motion has priority.
Vote on the substitute motion. If that motion carries, then you're done. If it fails, then you go back to the original motion and vote on that.
And just to be clear, the substitute motion is approving.
Substitute motion is staff recommendation.
Okay. So I don't see anybody speaking. Let's vote on the substitute motion.
And that motion carries with O'Hara and
Okay.
San Antonio voting no.
Okay. And so that one is done.
Correct, we're done.
Whew. Now we're on to the regular agenda, correct? On to, oh, and item 9, sorry. After consent calendar, it is,
10A.
oh, items from you, okay, we took care of it, yeah, sorry, 10A. So this is to accept item 10A is to accept the interim Santa Fe Drive Corridor Improvements Project, Western Phase, CS 19E, receive staff summary of community feedback, and provide direction on corridor modifications. And is it Engineer 2 Suleiman? Did I get that even close? Yeah. So please present a staff report. And as far as a break, why don't we'll get through the staff report, and we'll see how many public do we have? 6. Oh, maybe we can get through the public before, and then do a break before we deliberate. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Bader Solomon, engineer with the CIP division. Tonight we have a multi-part notice of completion report regarding the Santa Fe Drive Western Phase interim project. The notice of completion is in regards to the contracted work with Tri-Group Construction that has been completed, and we are aiming to file the improvements with the county, close out the contract, and begin the warranty period. Secondly, we have a presentation on the project, some background, some before and after photos, and then lastly, an opportunity for council direction on future modifications. So getting into the presentation, brief overview, the Santa Fe Drive Corridor Improvements Projects is a large-scale street improvement project spanning Santa Fe Drive from Interstate 5 to El Camino Real, aimed at improving safety and mobility for all modes of travel along the corridor. The project was mainly funded through federal HSIP and CDBG grants for the western phase, and then on the eastern phase there was a state ATP grant, all of which were aimed at installing missing sidewalk and bike lane, with the HSIP having an additional mid-block crossing at SDA. In 2020, the council chose to combine those grants into a singular corridor improvement project. And through public meetings in 2020 and 2021, staff received input from the public and from council to implement a design which incorporated protected intersections, new sidewalk, landscape drainage improvements, a roundabout at Crest Drive, a mid-block crossing at SDA, as well as increasing parking capacity in the corridor. So with budget constraints and after value engineering in the design phase, the scope was reduced, the roundabout was removed, and the corridor project was split into 2 phases. So what were the concerns prior to construction? So namely, lack of pedestrian facilities and traffic calming, students having to walk through live traffic to cross the street on Santa Fe, and generally pedestrians not being able to use sidewalk amenities or ADA compliant pathways. For bike infrastructure, commonly during school drop-off and pickup, parked cars in the bike lane forcing bicyclists onto the sidewalk or having to weave through traffic to get through the corridor, as well as generally bike lanes with no buffer or protection. As well as unsafe traffic movement, so head-to-head collisions and cars going the opposite direction of traffic, as well as many points for conflicts between peds, bikes, and vehicles. So the western phase was prioritized given the proximity to the school and the grant timelines regarding HSIP. So the originally approved design in 2022 and the awarded scope in 2023 included separated bike lanes, connective sidewalk, landscape and drainage improvements, dedicated east-west bus stops, reverse angle parking, as well as signalized improvements at Nardo McKinnon, Bonita Windsor, and the mid-block crossing. So with construction, the interim project being completed in April 2025, we'll kind of walk through some of the improvements before and after. Starting on the eastern side, just east of the Windsor-Bonita intersection on the south side. Previously, there was no sidewalk, no bike lane amenities on that side of the road. Now there is a level walkway with a separated bike path going east. And in that same area, just facing east now, where there was previously a dirt shoulder, typically used for parking, now has green conflict striping, a level walkway, and ADA compliant curb ramps. Now, moving more west towards the school on the south side, previously there was parallel parking with a buffered bike lane in between the parking and the travel lane. With the completed design, the bike lane has shifted closest to the curb, protected by the reverse angle parking with the travel lane away from the bicyclist. And in that same area, just flipping to the north side, facing east, where there was previously an unbuffered bike lane directly adjacent to the travel lane, that bike lane has now shifted to a separated bike lane going through the new landscaped area. Now moving more west on the north side, directly adjacent to the SDA track, previously a paved parallel parking area, which has now been converted to reverse angle parking, with the bike lane now being shifted from unbuffered directly adjacent to the travel lane to nearest to the curb, protected by the parked cars. And this is the south side, just east of the Nardo-McKinnon intersection, where previously this was a dirt private property that was commonly flooded with no sidewalk or bike lane amenities. The city did acquire this property, or part of this property, to convert it to biofiltration basins, as well as incorporating sidewalk amenities in a separated bike lane. And moving more west on the south side, previously no sidewalk, no bike lane, just a dirt shoulder for parking, was converted to a elevated sidewalk and bike lane, moving east to the Nardo-McKinnon intersection. And then lastly, moving closest to the freeway, connecting to the Caltrans improvements, the buffered bike lane was installed and connects up to that elevated bike lane on the south side. So the current configuration, the contract work was completed, the sidewalk, bike lane, the bus stops, the reverse angle parking, the landscaping and drainage improvements, as well as an RRFB mid-block crossing at STA. What was not completed per council direction in December 2024 were the intersection improvements at Nardo-McKinnon and Bonita-Windsor. And included in that December 2024 action was direction to staff to complete an evaluation period at the conclusion of the interim project. So some of the tasks that city staff completed since April 2025, in-person corridor observations, site visits with residents, getting traffic camera footage and pictures, as well as completing a neighborhood meeting where we had about 23 speakers, as well as a live online community survey where we generated over 1,000 responses from the community. So a quick look at the community survey results we received, particularly the multiple choice questions. So folks who chose what Santa Fe West project features they did like. The top choices were the mid-block crossing and separated bike lanes, as well as the new sidewalk. And secondly, the project features that people did not like. The top choices were the reverse angle parking, as well as the narrowed travel lanes. So folks agreeing or disagreeing with the following statement, the added reverse angle parking is useful. Overwhelmingly, folks disagreed with that statement. And walking here felt safe was pretty neutral among the community, depending on whether folks agreed or disagreed with that statement. And then lastly, biking in this area felt safe, trended closer towards disagreement with that statement. So compiling the community input as well as council input, staff did take a look at this interim project and provided recommendations in the staff report to complete the project, bring it from an interim condition to a permanent condition. The three that we have recommended, namely number one, the intersection improvements, so implementing ADA compliant curb ramps, as well as straight bike lanes going across the intersection for safety and mobility. Secondly, parking cut-throughs, so promoting safer access from the parking stalls to the sidewalk via street-level pedestrian access, mitigating the issues with folks having to step onto the landscaped area. And then lastly, implementing bike lane improvements, green conflict striping, and low-profile speed bumps to help promote safer bicycling on the corridor. In addition to that, we did have an issue with mail delivery towards the end of construction. The local post office communicated with the city in February 2025 that mail delivery was halted for about 24 residents. Very quickly after that, city staff met with the post office in person on site to determine next steps. And we currently have an approved design with the post office and are soliciting bids to remedy that issue and restore mail delivery on Santa Fe. In addition to that, we've heard comments from the public and from council, and so we provided other modifications for consideration for this council, namely parking layout, so reconfiguring the parking to head-in or parallel, increasing lane widths, potential changes to the bike separation, potentially removing parts or fully of the landscaping, improving the pavement condition via a slurry seal or a mill and overlay, and then upgrading or modifying the mid-block crossing improvement. One thing we wanted to note just regarding the CS19E funding that we are anticipating, what you see here is what was in the staff report. It's the anticipated unrestricted funding available in Santa Fe. We are anticipating about $1.4 million being available of unrestricted funds from the western phase, and we have about $1.5 million tied to the eastern phase, earmarked for the eastern phase that is available. So just circling up to the recommended actions, actions 1 through 4 are in relation to the notice of completion. Again, that is just to close out the contract, file the improvements with the county, and begin the warranty period. And then lastly, open the opportunity to council to provide input and direction on next steps and modifications on the corridor. And that is about it, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Just a quick question. I want to make a request to discuss items 1 through 4 and bifurcate them with item 5 on here so that we can move through to what I think people want to be here for, which is item 5.
So in English, you're saying don't decide what to do, just hear what's wrong? Is that...
No, I'm saying I'd like to, obviously we have public comment, but I'd like to, if it's okay with everybody, when we get down to the recommended actions, I'd like to move on items 1 through 4 separate from item 5. Essentially, I'd like to just approve 1 through, I'm hoping everyone will just approve 1 through 4 so we can jettison tri-group, move on, and move to the important stuff that everybody wants to know is what are we going to do about this?
Okay. I have no problem with that. Yeah. Anybody else? Why don't we do public comment first? If there are no more questions of clarification, how many are we up to now?
7.
7, that's great. Let's do full 3 minutes.
Okay, we'll start with the first 3, Molly Hintlian, Natalie Satun with a time donation from Pete Albanese, and then Kathy Santone.
Do I get to do the clicker? It's forward. Yeah. Oh, good. Good evening, Molly Hintlian, District 2. Wait, stop the timer. We're waiting on my presentation. I need all 3 minutes. No, I don't. Okay, good evening. Santa Fe Drive, the 2 issues that I'm going to note is the parking, the back-end angled parking, and the planter boxes / bioswales. The current engineering of the street is inadequate for traffic flow and lacks safety for all uses, cars, bikes, and pets. The back-end parking is difficult and unsafe, and I've done back-end parking. I'm actually a really good driver. Just ask me. So I backed in on the north side, and while I was doing it, someone raced by me and didn't allow me to finish it. This picture is me backing in on the, sorry, I got my east and west mixed up, on the south side. So the issue is not from inexperience. The issue stems from the street's engineering width and design. You need to pull farther out into the middle lane to get the angle needed to park. And the street is not wide enough to accomplish this. Adding to the challenge is the opposing oncoming traffic. As you veer into the middle lane, you've got traffic coming at you and bikes swerving in and out of bike lanes and using the street. So you need to pull way past the spot you want to park in, and the rear traffic is not accommodating because they're tailgating you. They just got through the crosswalk here with the bulb out. The guy was right on top of me, so I couldn't back in any further because there were 4 more cars behind. This is not a one-case scenario. I'm sure it happens multiple times. I held up 4 cars and I wasn't able to properly back in. And the section is too close to the crosswalk. And I know you're talking about the planter boxes and bioswales and doing cut-ins. You're pretty much going to have to cut in for every parking spot because otherwise you're going to have to walk out into the street to find where the cutout that you can access. And this is me, 11-inch curb is not ADA or people-friendly. And I think you pretty much know that you can't walk over it and you can't jump over it. So the second fear when I was doing this is if a car was gonna back in, I'm gonna have to look out for cars backing in. And when I'm crossing to get to the sidewalk, I have to look for bikes. So the issue is that it's an infrastructure and engineering design, and many of these highlighted issues need to be addressed. Thank you.
Natalie Satun, Cardiff. I've lived on Santa Fe right here for 13 years. We walk, bike, and drive this corridor daily. You've all received hundreds of photos and videos from me. I will spare you more from any more tonight. Evidencing the dangers of the new corridor. As recently as yesterday, I sent examples of the realities of Santa Fe. School buses, EDCO trucks, and tow trucks are unable to maintain a lane. Emergency vehicles are unable to pass through stacked traffic. Children popping wheelies without helmets in the travel lanes, all while nosed-in parkers reverse out across 3 lanes of traffic. 4 cars have been towed out of the planters. 1 city engineer was nearly struck by an EDCO truck trying to make a right from McKinnon to Santa Fe. And our own city manager and councilman witnessed a road rage episode, as well as our risk manager involved in a road rage incident while crossing the pedestrian path. People are so dangerous driving through this section. People driving this overwhelmingly load the design so much that they blow horns, make illegal U-turns, and give each other hand gestures while trying to reverse angle park. Pretending this design is not a serious mistake is reckless and egregious. I'm asking for the following modifications. Straighten and widen the bike lanes. Remove the dangerous boulders separating the bike and pedestrian lanes. Use the boulders elsewhere. Restore parallel parking where reverse angle parking was constructed. Install a red light at the pedestrian crossing. Alternatively, install illuminated recessed underground flashing lighting in the street at the pedestrian crossing. Design cut-throughs for drivers to exit the parking spots without climbing over 11-inch irrigation troughs. The wobbly cobble is a trip hazard. It's also used for students to throw at vehicles and each other. Move the street corners back. The street corners jut out so far that the vehicles are unable to safely make a right-hand turn without using the median lane. This is on McKinnon onto Santa Fe and Bonita onto Santa Fe, both of those corners. Bring all ADA spaces into ADA compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's not safe for a disabled person to be forced to exit into a travel lane. Mark the lanes with keep lanes clear at the entrance to the SDA drop-off entrance. Push the boxes back to safely accommodate 3 11-foot travel lanes. 2 days each week, today being one of them, the bike lane west of the Nardo McKinnon is useless because of the trash cans. Figure out an alternative plan for a Shero. This is too close to the driveways and gives a false sense of security to bikers and cyclists. Redesign the intersections on the corridor. Right-hand turns are not safe, and you actually cannot turn and maintain a lane, which is California law, to stay in your own lane. Remove the bollards from the median lane. I've witnessed an ambulance and a deputy not be able to get through the stacked traffic west of the crosswalk. They must have clear median access. The city does not need a Band-Aid, a clearly failed design, like we're trying to do to remedy the El Portal roundabout or the Cardiff cycle track. This road with 2 retirement homes, a rehab facility, a large multi-unit housing complex, a high school, and a hospital needs to be safely navigable. San Diego Sheriff does not have the bandwidth to routinely ticket defiant parkers who violate parking rules multiple times a day. I actually took a photo of one on my way here. Deputies can barely keep their head above water with our regular emergency calls, and all you have to do is ask them. Further, I'd like to highlight the need for staff eyes on this project who do not have any ego with revisions to this project. I've had multiple conversations and emails where staff designing and overseeing this project does not agree with the council's desire to entertain modifications. There's a disturbing amount of staff pushback with this council's issue with this tonight. Many staff recommendations have proved costly, with lives and with injuries by the same team who displays the insubordination regarding Santa Fe. Modifications to this project would be best served by staff who see this design without prejudice. Thank you for your consideration with this project. It's so dangerous. It's a failed and flawed design, and I appreciate the opportunity to create a safe and sensibly navigable road. Thank you.
Next is Kathy Santone, followed by Mark Herman, Judy Burlfine, and then Scott Campbell. I've got some slides.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dr. Kathy Santone, and I have been providing dentistry to the Encinitas community for the past 30 years in the professional building at the corner of Windsor and Santa Fe. My father, Dr. Jack Santone, a dentist, has practiced in the building since 1984. My sister and brother-in-law, Drs. Deborah Haug and Michael Haug, are optometrists providing eye health care in our building since 1996. The first slide shows our building pre-construction parking spaces. Slide 2. And 3 show the front in parking provided safe access to the previous sidewalk. The Santa Fe Drive project construction and poor design cost our healthcare practices 5 dedicated front-end parking spaces for our patients, safe and easy access to their appointments. Slide 4, please. Our dental team of 10 see and hear from an average of 24 patients a day. Slide 5. Our patients report how stressful it is to stop traffic, back into park on a narrow eastbound lane. After parking, they are pedestrians. It is dangerous for them to navigate to our office as they must step over the high curb into a bike lane with an occasional cyclist just to get to their appointment. Slide 6. Our patient population is aging, just as I have over the past 30 years. Our practice has lost multiple families and patients due to the year-long construction and the loss of 50% of the dedicated parking for our professional building. I feel the current back-in parking on the eastbound Santa Fe Drive is not working because people continue to nose in and have multiple obstacles to safely reach the sidewalk. Slide 7, please. The current bike lane is not being used by the majority of the cyclists because it is quicker and easier to stay on the road for SDA students and e-bikers. Because there is no bike lane in the street, there's no buffer or green bike lane signage on the asphalt. Cyclists are forced on busy Santa Fe Drive traffic. Slide 8, please. From my office window, I have taken images and video over the past year of the street traversed by cars, buses, trucks, pedestrians, emergency vehicles, and fire engines. I see cyclists, e-bike riders, SDA students use the street and sidewalks. I have valuable input. Slide 9, please. I'm asking the city of Encinitas to fix these problems on the quarter mile. It's just a quarter mile eastbound Santa Fe Drive, and to restore the 5 dedicated front-end parking spots in front of my building for the safety of my patients. Thank you.
Mark will be followed by Judy Brofine, Scott Campbell, and then Tony Krantz.
Well, my name is Mark Herman. Thank you for listening. So the 3 people before me spoke very eloquently. I'm going to approach it from a different angle. Emergency trucks, emergency vehicles, fire trucks, the whole thing. Let's say that students are being dismissed from the school or going to school or Friday night after a football game. There is absolutely no way that an emergency vehicle will be able to get through. It's narrow lanes, and vehicles cannot get through. So the emergency going to the hospital, you know, you get to a hospital, you want to get there the fastest way. Well, side streets where somebody told me about, take the side streets. That's longer. A death, a heart attack, people can die in that time. There was a lawsuit up in the East County where the emergency vehicles didn't get there on time because there was a obstruction. It's very important to do that. You cannot say go to the side street where there's stop signs and it's going to take longer. So of all the things that have been discussed, they're all true, but my heart is with emergency vehicles. It's just ridiculous. I can't believe that this type of a project, it gets an F, it gets an incomplete, and it gets a DNF, did not finish, in horse racing parlance. Gets all that. I mean, you couldn't have done a worse job. So please, please, please. And also, I don't think you can imagine the traffic from the school in the morning and after school in the evening. I think you got to wait until school comes back. If you go look at this now, there's no school. So it's better. But it's not what we should be looking at. We should be looking at when school is in session in the evenings. Because you can't plan an emergency. We can't say all emergencies have to happen after 4 o'clock. It happens when it happens. Please do something about it. Please. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Judy Burlfine. I support the staff's recommendations for required modifications. I support completing sidewalks and bike lanes for the Santa Fe East project. Here's an example of what we have now on Santa Fe East. If you think that's a safe place to walk, that's interesting to me. Let's see, I think there's a second picture. Yeah, and maybe even a third one. This one, yeah, it just ends. There's no place to walk. You have to walk in the street. So you guys have really hard choices in front of you. I don't envy you. But let's talk about the trade-offs because nothing is all good or all bad. So we have the option to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to reconfigure the parking, or we can replace these dirt paths and gutters with sidewalks and bike lanes for the Santa Fe East. We can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars reconfiguring the parking, or we can provide education to drivers and provide warnings for people who park inappropriately, and ultimately tickets to those people. We can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars reconfiguring the parking, or we can limit parking to compact cars or designate a line at the end of the parking place that cannot be crossed so the visibility issues are resolved. We can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars reconfiguring the parking, or we can replace the city's broken drainage systems, fill potholes, fix roads near major developments. We have many pressing problems, so before you spend money changing the parking, think hard about what you won't be doing instead. I realize you've heard from a lot of disgruntled residents, but remember, disgruntled people will complain, and content people will go about their business and forget to weigh in. So I would be careful before you spend our limited resources making changes that may ultimately be unnecessary. People complained on 101 about the reverse angle parking when it first went in. Are they still complaining? Okay, I hear that people are frustrated. I urge you to review the before and after photos from the agenda report that we just saw. Remember, this road was not great before this project. It's not perfect now, but it's a million times better. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Council. I didn't have any pictures or anything planned tonight. I drove on this road on Sunday, and the first thing I noticed that there was no cars parked at Bobby Riggs. I don't know what's up with that, but there was no cars parked. So what we really have here, or actually my request is that you reject the notice of completion, and for two reasons. The road surface quality is poor, and the narrow lanes are not up to specification. I looked at the plans today, and they say 10 feet, and then the lanes are not even 10 feet. That alone is reason not to accept this as a completion. We're accepting substandard work, and that's not okay. I heard earlier today about implementation costs. That's why we're here today. The implementation wasn't perfect, and we're having this discussion. That's good. This is part of a review. This is a product design. Product design, you do a review, hopefully before you release it to the public. You know, it's a public infrastructure. It's not quite so easy. You don't get to iterate very many times. The design process failed. We had CPP meetings. We've had plans. We've discussed this a bunch of times, and yet here we are. It didn't quite work out. I think one reason is it's really hard to read some of these detailed construction plans online. The text is so small, and if you're not an expert, you really don't know. And I think there's maybe too much detail in some of these drawings, and people really didn't know what we were going to get it until it was built. That's unfortunate. That's a process. This is an opportunity for the city to improve the development process. Businesses, I do product development. I'm in product and hazard safety. I do this kind of stuff all day long, every day. We make sure that it's good. We have lots of people looking at it. We don't just have one or two people. We have verification and validation. I think that's something that's really been missing this. How do we test this? I don't know, but that's what verification and validation does, is it fixes problems before they become a problem, before anybody else finds out. Now, I'm talking about product design. I read a bunch in the comments about pinch points and things like that. This is an example of product design. This is consumer design. It has to be safe. No matter what crazy, terrible things I may do with this, it has to be safe. In particular, pinch point. They spend a lot of time to make sure that no matter what I do, I cannot hurt myself. We must stop designing some of these roads to have deliberate pinch points. That's just a deliberate safety hazard, and I think it's poor design. And that's really all I'm going to say. I think you're going to make a good decision tonight. We have information, and we know some of the problems are, and we're going to go forward with this. Thank you.
Good evening, Tony Kranz, and I wanted to come share my thoughts about the latest at Santa Fe. This is some video that I got off the San Diego Academy Foundation website. It's from the 1940s, early 40s, and it kind of shows the history of the development of car brain. You'll see that this is San Diego High School playing some football. You see all the cars parked there. The school has recently, been completed. There still isn't really a parking lot. I think Jim, Councilmember O'Hara, you mentioned, why do we use the front parking lot? Why are they parking from Santa Fe? When you were talking about this in December, it's basically the way the school developed. It's also very interesting to see how undeveloped Encinitas is when the school is first being used. In a minute here, it's going to show some westward views that are just incredible, how undeveloped things are. The other thing I'd mention is that Santa Fe Drive didn't go through to El Camino Real until about 1983. So what happened then is it became kind of a raceway to the freeway. But you'd see these beautiful cars. They were driving much slower back then. Nowadays we have big SUVs that take up the full lane. They go too fast. This is a school bus. We should have more of those. Unfortunately, we don't, so parents have to take their kids. The alternative is that some people ride their bikes, and I think that this project does really some wonderful things for making it safer. The kids riding the wheelies in the streets, we're going to have some parenting issues that we hopefully will see those kids change their behavior before they're killed. And finally, the main thing that I wanted to do tonight was to come and talk about the deaths that have happened on Santa Fe and around our community recently. My son played lacrosse at San Diego Academy. And one of his teammates killed a young student named Ryan Wong at the Santa Fe Freeway Bridge there in 2005. Brody Champlain Kingman was killed at El Camino Real. He was a cyclist. Pedestrian Emery was recently killed on Encinitas Boulevard. There was a pedestrian killed at Jupiter. Emily Hernandez was killed crossing Highway 101. There was a cyclist killed, Marcos Perez Domingo. We have some problems making it safe for pedestrians and cyclists, and this project does that. So my hope is that the modifications that you make do not compromise that. We need people to slow down and let other people use the roads besides motorists. Thank you.
Okay, and like I said before, why don't we take a break and be back here in 15 minutes? Really? Or should I, 10 minutes? I'm going to say 10 minutes, and I know it'll be probably closer to 15. So back here, plan on 20 till at 8:40. We got, what's that now? 1 minute warning. Did I get through? Marco. I gave him a 1 minute. Are you ready to go? Okay. Okay, we will come back to order. And Deputy Mayor Lyons, you have the floor.
I do have a couple questions for staff. A couple things that I haven't heard us talk about too much, but I think it's really part of how I want to do my decision making. I haven't heard the pros and cons of the signalized crossing. So right now, we don't have the full signal, but the original plans did show that. And I think that's one of the things we can talk about today, as far as whether we go to the full signal. Could I hear some pros and cons on that? And I really don't think it rose to the level of some of the other issues, which might be why we didn't talk about it, but it's important to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So the signalized crossing at SDA, it's a full signal, so it would prompt a red, yellow, green for cars traveling east and west. Let me. Yeah. I think it was right there. There we go. So this is kind of a overlap of that final design with the current conditions. So I know it's a lot of line work, but essentially what would occur is you can see the loop detection. So it would promote better mobility, safety for crossers. It would stop cars on the red light going east and west. And then it also signalized the crossing at the driveway of SDA. So if you can see on the top, I have red dots. So the two red dots on the farthest north at that driveway, those are essentially 1A poles, kind of ped heads that signalize for the bikes and for the pets that they are safe to go. That's currently something that we don't have ability to with the rapid rectangular flashing beacon.
Thank you. That really clarified it for me. So I'm concluding in my head, tell me if I'm right, that would help traffic to move more smoothly through the corridor because it would be a clear red and a clear green for the traffic flow. Maybe that helps illustrate for me a little bit better what the pros and cons are. You've kind of told me what it is now. How is this going to help?
So I'm not sure it would necessarily improve traffic flow. I think for some drivers, it might clarify who has the right-of-way. So I think some drivers don't understand that a pedestrian in the crosswalk requires your vehicle to stop, and the flashing yellow lights are to help alert people that a pedestrian will be crossing or has crossed. But you don't have that confusion with a full traffic signal.
And what's the reason why we didn't go forward with that? There are several things that are incomplete here, and that was not quite where we wanted to go with our original design and what we presented to the neighbors. So why did we not move that one to a full signal?
Correct. So this was tied with the intersections. This would require a brand new SDG&E service. So that is about a 6 to 9 month procurement to get a service pedestal from SDG&E. You'd have to trench to the nearest transformer that can supply the power, since there's no power that's being supplied there today. And so given the council direction in December to delay purchasing that equipment back in December, this was tied to those intersections as well in that decision.
Oh, and so that was in the original plans and also the original bid.
Correct.
Okay, that kind of compiles a lot of things. I'm going to jump to my second question. I was serving on the school district liaison committee here at the city where we got to talk to the school districts. And back when I was serving on that briefly, we talked to the principal and her staff at SDA a lot, and I know that you have had extra meetings with her and her staff. Can you summarize what their input is, what their concerns are? Is that something that you have documented that you can share with us?
Correct. The comments are in attachment 4 and 5. We do have the names redacted, but their comments are made in there. And as you did mention, we did meet biweekly with the school on site, with the principal, assistant principal, and some of their staff throughout the entire school year this past year. And we were able to implement many of the improvements that they had desired, so additional bollards and changes to the speed table. In summary, and I don't necessarily want to speak too much for the school, but they are happy about the connective sidewalk, the separated bike lanes, the safety for the students in that regard. There were comments regarding the narrow travel lanes. There were comments regarding the speed table itself and being a little challenging for buses to get over a top on the driveway entrance. The mid-block crossing is something that I have heard that they do appreciate. And one thing is, in addition, is bike lane conflict, something that they would like addressed as well.
Okay, yeah, that's what I heard, and I'm happy for you to have reiterated that for me. I think there's a category of improvements associated with bike lane conflicts, and perhaps there's different ones in different places, but the bike lane conflicts I do remember, and the speed bump on the way in. Those are my clarifying questions, and I'll yield for now.
Okay, and I want to get us back. One thing while you've got the, one clarification, you can leave up the graphic, because immediately where that bus is where the exit from a future 50-unit subdivision is going to come out. And can you talk about what happens then? This becomes an intersection, correct? A full intersection.
Correct. The traffic study in regards to the 845 Santa Fe Drive potential development that's in the works, it will be warranted for a full traffic signal. Right now, their plans call for alignment with their driveway in the school crossing, so it'll go straight across. And so the bus pad will be removed. It'll be relocated easterly, knocking out some of the parking that you see in the bottom right.
Mm-hmm.
However, the full signalized crossing will maintain a crossing north and south for pedestrians to the high school.
And who pays for all that change?
That'll be the private development. So they'll have to.
Will they be conditioned to pay 100% of it, or do they end up? Because my experience is with the traffic light at Vulcan and La Costa, the 1967 Vulcan had to pay a percentage based on the percentage traffic increase on the road, and it worked out to be, tens of thousands of dollars, not enough to pay for it. So I'm curious whether they have to do all the improvements here or whether they only have to pay based on their percentage increase to the traffic on Santa Fe. And it's a pretty big difference, right?
It is. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. The difference is the existing traffic at La Costa and Vulcan warranted a traffic signal. So they were just adding additional traffic to a situation where we already had a warrant that was met. In this case, you only need a traffic signal here if the development goes in. So our conditions on that project, as we've drafted them now, include the developer putting in a fully signalized intersection here, and that will be heard at Planning Commission, I believe, next week.
So they are working their way through the entitlement process. Okay,
Correct.
Great. Now I want to bring us back to, I think, Councilmember Schaefer recommended we handle 1 through 4 of recommended actions separate from section number 5, and I think that's a great idea. If we want to talk, I would recommend we talk about 1 through 4 and see if we can come to an approval or an agreement or whatever on that. And Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, it was Councilmember O'Hara that recommended that.
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
It's all right. It's fine.
I saw, his lips moving. This
is my hand. Question to what Scott Campbell was saying about what happens if we don't accept this? Would there be any reason not to accept this?
To accept the project?
Correct. If we don't accept it, what happens then?
So we're required to, when a project is put into use, we're required by the Public Contract Code to issue a notice of completion to release the contractor's bonds. Otherwise, the contractor could say we're withholding his bonds improperly. So it's just the next step in a construction project when we're no longer working with the contractor and their work is complete. These are the next steps that we take to comply with the public contract code.
And was it their design or our design that allowed for the lanes and certain things to not necessarily be, from my understanding, that it's not exactly what we had signed up for?
So the design is a different contractor, so or a designer. So this is the construction contractor. So this is a notice of completion for the construction contractor. We gave them the design. They built the improvements that are out there today.
Gotcha. So the lanes being shorter,
The width.
being smaller than what was required and what the plan said that it could be. Is that a planner's issue or is that a construction issue?
So the lanes are 30 feet. There's more than 30 total foot across. So you've got 10, 10, 10. The discrepancy comes in that some people don't understand how an engineering lane width is measured, and it's from the top of the curb to the middle of the striping. So it's not the black pavement on the ground you see.
Yeah.
So they did build it so that we have 10, 10, and 10.
Gotcha. Which is kind of weird because the curbs that we have there are car stoppers. They're not reminders that you're gonna, that's gonna destroy a vehicle, not necessarily remind a vehicle to not do that again. So the middle of the curb is really, that's another, what is it? What's the width of the top of a curb?
So it's the middle of the striping to the top of the curb. So you can.
So the top of the corner or the top of the middle of the curb?
The top of the corner. So you can have your wheel in the gutter is basically what that means.
Gotcha. So the failure's on us for accepting that because it's just not, it's not appropriate, right? People want to steer clear of that. So I just want to make sure that we're accepting the failure of the design, basically, of allowing that to even get passed by letting it be that close.
Well, we're providing options for consideration if council would like to choose to move in a different direction and have different lane widths. So
Well, I'm asking what are those? So if we deny that tonight, what are our options?
if you deny the notice
We
of
denied,
completion.
yeah, the notice of acceptance or whatever.
There's not really a practical impact of that, other than we're potentially going to have some issues with the contractor and holding their bonds longer than we're entitled to hold their bonds.
Jay Schwarm, we handle contract disputes, et cetera. Once a project is built, they take a look at, was it built to specs? And particularly the lane width that you spoke about was part of the design. And engineering went out there. There were some issues there that some of the lanes were not to spec. That was prepared and measured, and the contractor went out and remedied that to equal the 10 per the specs. Where you have notice of completion is when a project is built and you have what is called beneficial use. And in this case, once the project became functional, traffic flows were open, parking was open, there was beneficial use of the roadway, that would be deemed complete. So currently now, that's what's in front of you, to take the project per spec that was built by this contractor, whether we like the results or not, as far as the design, that it brought forward to you because there is beneficial use. The contract is finished. Now, we haven't finished the disputes in the contract, which is economic, but the notice of completion should be approved based on beneficial use.
Got it. Okay, well, in that case, I would move to approve. Or
Okay.
to second his motion.
Okay, and if you yield, then next is Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Lyons.
So do we have a motion and a second? Could you clarify? Okay. Okay.
Second by Schaefer, and it's for items 1 through 4.
So I was just going to try to clarify, maybe, since this is what we're talking about right now, I have some other things I want to talk about, but the way that I understand it, Jill and Batter and Jace, is that this is a notice of completion that's been somewhat negotiated. It wasn't everything that we wanted out of this contractor on this project, but it's a negotiated ending of the work that we've agreed to accept. Is that another way of putting it?
Well, they've completed all the work that we've directed them to complete.
There you go. Okay. So there's this lagging feeling that, yeah, it's not all there, and maybe we'd prefer something's else, but it is this only. Okay, thanks.
You're cutting our losses.
Anything else?
I yield.
Okay. Councilmember O'Hara.
I was just going to clarify, and I think Deputy Mayor Lyons is on the same page. I think this is a contract that we are looking to complete because at some point, good business is to cut your losses. And that's what we're doing, and we're jettisoning from this contractor and moving on to whatever is next with this segment of road, moving forward, not backwards. And so I think I agree with Deputy Mayor Lyons' sentiment, and hopefully that's clarifies why I think we should go with 1 through 4 first.
Okay. And just one last clarification on these. So we're saying that we've determined that we believe the design we gave him, he constructed and we put back in beneficial use, so we need to release his bonds. If we determine after tonight, assuming we approve the NOC, if we determine that something was not constructed to the design, do we have recourse?
We do. Typically, we have a performance bond that lasts a year. So if there's any construction defects, if pavement starts failing, things like that, then we can bring the contractor back out to remedy his construction defects.
Yeah, so item number 3 is that 1-year performance bond. So there's still a year to find defects, basically, within that smaller bond. Okay, I support this, and with that, we'll call the question. And that would be, you want to read it back, just so we're clear?
I'll just read the items. Authorize the filing of the notice of completion for the interim condition of the subject project. Authorize the release of the payment bond in full upon the recording of the notice of completion. Authorize the release of the performance bond in full 1 year after the recording of the notice of completion, and adopt City Council Resolution number 2025-59 titled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Encinitas, California, accepting the interim condition of the Santa Fe Drive Corridor Improvements Project - Western Phase CS19E."
And with that, let's call the question.
And that motion does carry unanimously.
Great. Now we can move on to item 5. I wanted to start out with a couple of comments. I'm viewing this as an opportunity to triage the problem. So I first want to make sure we have a good list of issues, but not all issues are equal. So I see some may be top priority, immediate mandatory fix or mitigation, whether it means closing off a parking space or whatever we got to do. Some may be recommended that would make it a much better project and improve it, and some may be suggested. So I certainly want to leave tonight with any mandatory immediate actions that need remediation. So with that, I'll open it up to Council and Deputy Mayor Lyons.
So I'll start by saying I've lived here within 2 blocks of this project for 13 years as well, the same as Natalie, only in the other direction. So I really have seen the life cycle of the public involvement, giving input into the project, the back and forth at City Council, the work with the contractor, with the designer, and I've got that perspective. I appreciate the comment and the opportunity for input, the fact that we got a lot of great comments and the opportunity for everyone to give input. And I will agree that I don't think it's perfect yet, but what I do want to focus on is that this is less than half of a project. It's not a complete project by any terms, not only because it's not complete based on what we wanted this contractor to do under this contract, but it's not complete until it goes all the way to El Camino Real. And for funding reasons, we needed to separate them into phases, but that's the only reason it was separated. So this is not a complete project for pedestrians and for bicycles and for traffic until it goes all the way to El Camino Real. And so I hope that the city council will understand that not only is this not complete from this segment, but it's not complete overall. And it's not going to be the safety improvement we hoped for until it is complete. So I want to look at it that way. I agree this took too long. I'm in the design and construction industry, and I've never experienced a more painful project. This was painful on many levels, and it ended up feeling to me like a lose-lose for the city, and that's unfortunate. But there were things found underground that weren't known, which is often the case with old roadways. There were utilities underground. Things needed to be changed during construction. But I do believe, and I believe you've confirmed, Jill, that the design did meet our standards. The 10, 10, and 10 is a standard that we are using. So it did meet our standards, and it does meet our standards. So nobody went off the rails doing something that wasn't a standard for the city. I want to be clear about that. It was this. Maybe I could ask you also to give some input of other streets we have in our city. I didn't ask you this in advance, so if you're off the top of your head, will we have 10-foot wide or 30-foot wide like this one around the city? Are there others?
We have a lot of 10-foot lanes throughout the city. The majority probably of our lanes are 10-foot. The difference you have here is you have curbs on both sides, and that's what really makes it feel constrained when you have that kind of visual cue and you have 3 lanes of traffic. We have a lot of 2-lane roads where it's striped for 10-foot lanes, but then you have a big shoulder, so it doesn't kind of, there's some room for error, whereas in Santa Fe, there's not a lot of margin for error.
One of the things I want to start with is that the safest roadway for everyone to use is when we have our different modes separated, where there's a buffer between cars and bicycles, or there's a buffer between bicycles and pedestrians, and between vehicles and pedestrians. This corridor, where it can achieve that, I think that it's good that we are achieving it. I've spoken with the parents of the children that have died by vehicle. And I want to say it that way, died by vehicle, because when vehicles go fast, even when they're not going fast, but there's lack of clarity of where they should be in the roadway and where the bicycle should be in the roadway, or when there's lack of education, then it's the children that die. And the grief of the parents, no one should lose a child. And I can't support a project that goes backwards as far as safety. And that will be my guiding North Star, in that anything we do here cannot be less safe. I will not support that, and I will not be on the record of supporting something that's less safe. So what I would like to do is, I want to say that I embrace the public input, but I don't support a wholesale change for a couple of reasons. One is I don't think it's needed, and I don't know that some of the options that were presented by staff are safer, so I'm concerned by that. But we also have limited infrastructure funds, and I think this city council would go on the record of being irresponsible to spend additional money, too much money, to make changes that go too far and make the roadway less safe. So that will be also my guiding North Star, is we don't have the money to invest in redoing this wholesale and also making it less safe. That just seems like another lose-lose to me. So I do not want to see that happening. And I'm just thinking of the dollar signs. I mean, we just did our budgeting, and it's so hard to find the money to do all the important infrastructure projects. So what's going to sacrifice? We really want to be very clear about it. And I don't think the east end of this project is the guinea pig for sacrificing. I think that just makes this more of a lose-lose. We would walk away with nothing that's beneficial if that happens. I do want to say that education for our community is something we haven't done yet on this corridor. And I think when we do present new challenges for how you navigate your vehicle and your bike and how you walk through a new corridor, we can't expect people to just understand it. We've talked about this in regards to our green striping in the past on other projects. And a lot of folks, they see the green striping and they're trying to interpret what it means, but they don't really know. So I think we could go a long way for improving how people accept this section with good public outreach and education. And also, I know we're already enforcing, and as far as the parking, but also just our standard enforcement. And I see some improvements every week with how people are parking, because I think they're learning and they're getting educated about how to park in this corridor. So we've only had 2 months to adjust to this partial construction. And I think that's a little bit unfair to jump wholesale into changes. I would like to propose that perhaps, because we've only had 2 months for the people to get used to it, and also because it's not complete, we don't have protected intersections, we just don't have all of the things we want yet, that we move forward very cautiously and then judge how we need to move forward. If there's a concern for more wholesale, big changes, let's just move cautiously forward with some affordable changes, straightening out some of the bike paths that don't connect, that appear to be not connecting too well, put in the protected intersections, straighten the bike lanes, reduce the speed bump height and also add speed bumps to the driveways. These are some of the initial suggestions that the city staff has put forward as options, and those are the ones that seem like they are the first steps. And then with some education, we could move forward and consider that our first step, and hope to see that is an improvement. If there, though, is an interest in adjusting the parking, I really like the concept of going with the compact spaces. And I'd like maybe our city staff to give some comment on that. I think in other places we are using the back end and we're not limiting it to compact, but it sounds like there are some kind of more geometry challenges here with larger vehicles. So this may be based on the existing footprint and the existing geometry that it would be appropriate only for compact vehicles. So I would lean in that direction so that we don't do wholesale parking changes, but maybe staff could comment on that. And then after that, I'll yield.
So absolutely, potential striping changes for compact cars or potentially motorcycle parking, whatever it is, we can certainly look at alternates using the reverse angle model, but different parking applications. That's something we can look into.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Great. I will remind you that I just read a study by Paul Shimmick, PhD, that debunked separated bike lanes. You're welcome to read that if you want to find out more about separated bike lanes. We break this down to east and west, and I think you're going to find a lot of opinions that really promote the east end of it, and I think that that's a pretty agreeable subject that we'll dive into. But what I do throughout the year is look at traffic plans. Create flow plans. We look at width of road. We look at what we call track width, which is a little bit different because we're putting people on it in number of bodies versus number of vehicles. But we look at this, I don't know how many hundreds of traffic plans I've looked at. And, you learn a lot of things. In the past couple of years, I've started studying traffic, meeting with traffic engineers all over the state. Obviously, YouTube, you can learn anything, and various studies on it just because of how important traffic has become in the city. And there's a few simple things. Traffic flow and traffic design should be intuitive and consistent. And like anything else, it's keep it simple, stupid. It's like top of the box when you're trying to design stuff. You want to make it user-friendly. You don't make it so there's a quiz because the bike lane's in a different spot at every intersection. So I went back, to I don't want to go back to how did we get here, but I want to go back to the beginning. What did this look like before we did everything we've seen up here tonight? And so I think it's easiest to do this by pulling out a map and looking at the sections as we go. And so I started in the west section. And I'm just going to say, I looked at the design that we had put for us for page 6 of 12, Santa Fe West project modifications, interstate to Nardo McKinnon. And I think I really support that change. I do think there's actually space for a bike buffer lane, a 6-inch bike buffer lane or something similar like that, a little bit more space in there that we could play around with having walked out there. I'm not sure we've got accurate measurements on this all the way. But I know when we do events, if you go under 10.6, you can't cone the lanes wide, and you can't actually cone the lanes at the width they're marked because the emergency vehicles don't fit in them, and I think somebody's pointing that out. So I do think we have to have enough space for our emergency vehicles to have length, but I think you take another foot out of what I'm seeing here at least to get that going. But I would support something in what's presented here on page 6. When I move, Warren, I'm going to ask you for your help on this if you don't mind. When I move east, I'm going to put up what I see, and these are all pictures that have been redone, and I apologize. I started this, I didn't have a computer with me when I started this. I was picking up my daughter from school, but Engineer Blankston was grateful. I was grateful enough that she sent me these pages, and I started to design kind of what I've learned about traffic design, keeping it simple. And this is based off of what space was there, because there was more space there prior than there is now, and actually drew off of the existing setup. And I think as you come to that first lane, that first intersection, engineering has done a really good job on their adjustments to the intersection. I would include, I'm just going to roll through because I think this is the easiest way to get to what we all actually want here. Existing landing pad, we'll follow that up with a drainage basin. We can keep that feature in there. But what you see is on the in this picture, in case anybody's wondering, is the west is on the left side, the east is on the right side, north is going up, south is going down. We've moved the bike lane east with a solid size protected buffer lane, painted buffer lane on both sides. Very inexpensive, very functional. Cities do it all over the place. You move forward back to the parallel parking, which brings it right to the curb. It allows us to keep the extended sidewalk. The buffer lanes give us space to parallel park. We continue to move east. We have space for extra drainage and basins. We could have put more in. I just went with the number of cars that were in there. As you can see, there are places where we could put drainage basins in there to continue that if that is something we want to do in this process. It gets rid of the hazard, which it's got to be the biggest legal hazard I've ever seen, that where that bike lane is and crossing from your car over the 10-inch curb with the cobble in it into the bike lane. I can't imagine, right now in my condition, I couldn't do it. Even if you put the spaces in, I couldn't do it, my mom couldn't do it. But we take it out, we don't even put them in a position where they have to look for bicycles. Last time I was out there, we had people coming down the wrong direction on the east side, or on the south side, going east-west. I just think we don't need the litigation first time somebody gets hit there. So we take it and we put it on that north side. If you move to the next slide, slide 2 or page 2, we keep a drainage basin in. We continue to where you can see there actually used to be a little buffered bike lane. None of these accidents that have been mentioned happen in that bike lane. And I still have room for another buffered bike lane and parallel parking. This is all paint. Paint is not expensive. We get up there to the intersection that is going to be the intersection for the most likelihood intersection of the dwelling, the development. And we have one of our great features, which I think is a fantastic feature, is that crosswalk. And I think the staff did a really good job on that. I would like to see in this section if we could do some of the solutions which I've heard are putting embedded lights in the pavement with an idea of when that intersection gets redone, doing it all at that point. The development, the crosswalk all together. I think if we're talking about finances and saving money, I think that's a really smart way to do it with an eye on the future of our spending. From there, we continue with the bike lane to slide 3, which brings us all the way up to the dental office that the question was, and all the way up to the intersection. This design creates straight-through bike lanes. It creates buffered bike lanes. It actually seems to appear to have almost as much parking, maybe more if I'm counting, but it's pretty close. We're not missing too much parking by doing this, based on just what I have here in front of me visually. And it gets us up to where we want to get to, which is towards that east side, which I think we have to look at finishing that east side in a very simple way that creates pedestrian and bike lanes from this section to El Camino Real. I don't think, because I think you're going downhill from experience on the north side. Cheryl lanes and the bike lane and in the current now the bike path are going to be too expensive to change, and I think the way they are now, we can figure out how to manage it. So I wouldn't suggest a lot of changes other than going back to parallel parking down by the SDA track. Sometimes I think the easiest way to figure out what needs to be done is to look at what should have been done. And I think this is what should have been done in the first place. And I think we've got to figure out how to do something like this, or we're going to get sued. There's too many opportunities for people to get hurt in what we have right now designed up there. And safety, you can't put a price tag on safety in that regard. And yeah, I don't want to spend any more money. You just saw me fighting for taxpayers' money. But I'm also not gonna put them in an unsafe person's position that we saw was unsafe because I don't want to spend money. That's not the time we don't want to spend money. So I think this gives a good idea of what I would like to see up there. I think it gives us an idea of what this could be. There are other council members up here who have a lot to say, I know, so I'm going to yield the floor from here.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so the road is not complete, but at 50% or less, it's a complete disaster. I mentioned to this yesterday in my staff report. We have the youngest age group of drivers trying to navigate this hardest road in town right now to navigate. And the age never gets older because every year we have a new set of sophomores getting their licenses. And so we always have new drivers there 100% of the time. Like Councilman O'Hara said, that traffic should be intuitive and it should be ergonomic. It should be one of those things that fits and works. It should be fluid. I've looked at all of our bike lanes throughout the city. We have 6 different types of bike lanes, and that's not intuitive or ergonomical to our most at-risk group. The ones that don't have their driver's license yet are youth, the ones that are predominantly on the bikes. I used to say it differently in self-defense, but the best way to not get hit by a car is to not be in that lane. So I would say all of the Sheros need to go, personally. There are dedicated bike lanes. Get them in the bike lanes. If they're going faster than 28 miles an hour, that is a motorcycle. They can be on those roads. They should be helmet, parents, all that stuff. Education's there. I don't want somebody to get hurt. I don't want somebody to get killed, but that's inherent in the type of actions that some of these people might be taking. And I say people, and mostly kids, the wheelies and stuff of that nature. So getting the bikes out of if somebody wants to be in that lane, they can be in that lane. They don't need a sheriff to tell them to be in that lane. However, a kid would be thought to, it might be implied in their head that, hey, that's mine, that's my right of way. And now a driver that just went from a street that doesn't have a sheriff all of a sudden is new to town. We have 2,500 extra units coming in town, 10,000-ish people that don't live here, don't operate here on a routine basis. And they're going from one street to another street that sometimes there's their bike there, sometimes there's not. 101's a classic example of how bad that is. It's single lane, bike mix, back to bike has its own lane. It's too confusing. And we, as a city, need to get a lot more deliberate on being more simple. Keep it simple, stupid, or stupid, simple. So I go back to kind of what Councilmember O'Hara, I'm going to go to this packet here. I would say option 3 at the bottom, west of Nardo and McKinnon. There's no sharrows, individual bike lanes. There's a middle turn lane for cars going either north or south off of that road, Santa Fe. So that bottom one is the one I like the most. If you flip the page to page 2, I like the lowest one. With parallel parking, I would take the angled-in parking. We talked about this yesterday. If the angle could be a little steeper, so we could get the car doesn't have to make any kind of bow out, and plus that's the worst angle to scrape another car. As you're coming in, nosing in, it's the least amount of benefit and usually the least amount of awareness of somebody's ability to drive across that front right or front left pull in. So if the angle could be slightly steeper, I would be willing to look at a angled in parking head in, that is. Otherwise, I would refer to the parallel parking. The bottom one, I would get rid of the sharrows, though. No more sharrows in the middle of Santa Fe. So there's already dedicated bike lanes. Why do they need a second bike lane to be in the road with a car? They don't. And then east of Bonita and Windsor, I would take the bottom of the 2 recommendations. Again, removing the sharrow. Finding a way or a place, it looks like I'm not sure, it's obviously not to scale, but if you could shore up those lanes there or whatever we have to do to get that person heading westbound on their bike down the hill. That's the one time it wouldn't be as big of a deal, but I'd still prefer not having, again, a child on a bike in a lane with a car. It's stupid. It's period. It's dumb if you don't want people to die. So those are my recommendations. I would lean more towards, what was I going to say here? I had one more thing. Before I go. Anyway, that's what it was, is I think Santa Fe, the way it is right now today, would have been doable. I said this yesterday in my briefing. Had this been 15 years thought out, and we went from the smaller roads, the Melbas, the bike track that I've talked about, from Degano to the parks, schools, and beach. If we would have done that, and we would have done some of these things in other parts of town, but before we went to a prime thoroughfare, I think people would have had the learning time to learn those on other streets, and they would have probably pushed all that traffic to Santa Fe and to El Camino, to Encinitas Boulevard, where we want those cars. Right now, the opposite is true. We have people going to Melbourne, they're choosing Melbourne, they're choosing Windsor, they're choosing all of the roads that we don't want them on. Now people are coming and asking for some traffic control or speed control, or they want a speed bump. Our chief has to say no because it's ruining our time, from a time a call gets there to somebody actually getting to the services. So fact of the matter is if we would have done this a little bit more thought out, again, like most of our things haven't been thought out with more of a 15, 20, 30-year plan to do this systematically versus just going to Stage Center right in front of the high school and saying, oh, we're going to slow down traffic right now. And there was no learning curve. It was all right now, right here in our face. So I give us, the city, an F on not having a heads up for people's adjustment time, because humans are not going to adjust that fast. And so for us to think that we're cowboys wrangling people in to do what we tell them because we made it so difficult. And there's a lot of evidence. I got an email to show that the traffic calming is causing more anxiety for drivers. And this street is exactly that. The anxiety that people have driving down it with those curbs sticking out the way they are. I don't have that anxiety. I've had experiences in my life that don't give me that anxiety, but I get other people that do have that anxiety. So anyway, I'll leave it there.
Okay, I'll hop in here. I've tried to order my worst and dropping down, but I probably have 15 to 16 critiques here that I would love to spend the time talking about tonight, but I won't. First, I want to preface this by saying that I attended the 13th, on May 13th, the public meeting and listened to all the comments. By the way, they're very similar to the comments we've heard tonight, and even a few more. I thought they were quite poignant and on point, and probably one of the reasons we have less people here tonight is because they did get their chance to get it out there. And since the cones came down, I have been out there watching drop-off and pickup 5 different times. I wanted to make sure I knew what the traffic looked like morning and night, and some staff was out there too some of those days. And then the next thing I would point out is this tonight is about the west, not about the east. You know, the east will be handled separately, but tonight I'll limit my comments here. And then the last thing is that the last thing I'll make as a preface statement is I walked the neighborhood for the election all around SDA, knocking on every door and many doors. I didn't do every door, but I did quite a few. I did not hear one good comment about the project. Now, granted, it was in construction, but nobody could understand what was going on. And it was the back-end parking. They knew what the design was, but they were like, I don't understand what the vision is, and I haven't heard good comments since then either. So with that, I would want to move to observations and comments about the problems. First, this one's undeniable. The post office determined it's unsafe to deliver mail. I mean, that's 25 years, I can't remember a single project in the city of Encinitas that had that same response. So we'll fix it, but we got to fix it, and that's going to take some physical changes where the mailboxes are. Number 2, emergency vehicles. It's unsafe right now. An emergency vehicle, if you go out there, and I have photos, and I'm not going to bore you with 20, 30 photos, but I can show you the stack up of traffic all the way from I-5 at afternoon pickup, all the way to the top of the hill. And where you get to the choke point is right at the entrance where you've got the bollards and you've got traffic stacked up trying to get into SDA, and no traffic movement or minimal traffic movement. If a fire engine, the only space they can do is come down the center lane, and then they're going to run into the bollards. They can't cut over. Now, when we get to a full intersection, it may be better. What else? The fire engines have trouble making the turn onto Nardo from Santa Fe. The chief will attest to that. His guys have been out there driving around. They have to go into the oncoming lane. That makes it very difficult. This is not safe. We want to make this safe. Remember, the prime directive here is to make this safe. That's number 2. Moving on to number 3, we do need a full stoplight there. Our own assistant city manager, I watch enough cars run through the flashing yellow. They don't see it. I think a short-term interim would be to embed them in the ground. That would help. But in the end, we need to get to the full stop sign and really plan for that full intersection. It sounds like we may have a project there. And I really appreciated Councilmember O'Hara's vision, and I do this in engineering. The easiest way what you said was the easiest way to figure out what to do is to figure out what should have been done, what the ultimate design should be. I am completely in agreement with it should be much more intuitive and straight and consistent east and west eventually. In fact, that's one of the number one complaints I get about streetscape in Leucadia is it's in and out, in and out, in and out, left, right. I get that from neighboring electeds complaining about our streets. Why did we do that? So, but right now I'm talking about what's unsafe. Emergency vehicles, we need that full stoplight. I watch so many kids, of the few kids that use it in the morning and the evening, and I think it's a good addition. But there's not droves and droves of kids going across there. Most of the kids go down to Nardo and across. I have lots of pictures of dozens and dozens of kids and bikes going down and crossing at Nardo and crossing Nardo and crossing Santa Fe. And maybe on a typical pickup or drop-off, I would have seen no more than 10 using the crosswalk, and that's out of 5 times. So 5 times 10 each time. Number 4, lane width. I could show you pictures today. 2 buses passing each other, east and westbound. They're 1.5 feet at least into the center lane, both simultaneously across from each other. I have several pictures of EDCO driving by. Transit buses, they're all straddling into the middle lane. A 10-foot lane width on a major arterial that is right between a hospital and retirement homes is absolutely ridiculous. We've got to widen it. 11 feet is the minimum I would accept, and quite frankly, I think 11.5 is probably more likely what we need there in the travel lanes. Number 5, diagonal parking. It's unsafe. I have a video, and I'd be happy to share it, but I won't bore you with it. I'll tell you real quickly what I saw. In a 4-minute segment, I saw 4 kids park. Every one of them pulled forward, several of them to straighten out every time. Every time they pulled in, they pulled forward, many of them going all the way to the opposite center line, the opposite yellow line to back in straight. At the same time, cars are coming out of San Diego and almost hitting them right now, today. It's an unsafe situation with that diagonal parking near the exit to the San Diego parking lot. So I think Molly hit it with there's no buffer to make that angle in. It's just the other locations where we have reverse back-in parking, we have more space in front of it, be it in Leucadia or in Cardiff. Trailing cars. I can't tell you the number of times, even though people had their turn signal on, their brake lights on, the car comes right up, and I have 2 pictures in the picture set I have here with the reverse lights of the car that's crowding that had to back up physically to allow the Molly and one other, and I don't even think the picture, no, the one picture is you parking, actually. I happened to catch you. And then, of course, the passengers must either walk into the 10-foot travel lane with no buffer to walk out, certainly if they're infirmed in any way or elderly. That is unsafe for seniors, for anybody infirmed. And if they don't do that, they have to jump over this 11-inch large cobble rock. Unsafe, needs to be fixed. Let's see. Drivers continue to park incorrectly head in, and I keep hearing, well, we need to train them. If that was true, then my wife would not have seen multiple people forward parked on 101. That has been there a couple of years. If we can't get it right on 101 today, we're not going to get it right in 2 years on Santa Fe. I think the diagonal parking is a problem. I have seen an example of a large vehicle backed in, overhanging into the bike lane by at least 6 inches. And that means the handlebars and everything. If you read the state traffic guidelines for designing those, there's supposed to be a clearance. You're not supposed to hang into it. You're actually supposed to be backed away from the edge of the bike lane by 6 inches or a foot. I forget the number. And last but not least, if you wonder whether diagonal parking works, ask the survey. Talk about an overwhelming no, it does not work. We do not like it. I haven't talked to a single person that found it comfortable, that likes it, that thinks it's safer. I think we have to take out on this road the diagonal parking, period. So that's 5. Number 6 is we are pushing traffic and bikes to parallel streets. I've seen video. I haven't gone and witnessed that. I do plan to go out there and sit on some of the back streets. But the video I've seen, and why I thought this was happening anyways, is I would go look at walk up to see where the bikes park in the southeast corner of San Diego. There's a bike lot there, and there's probably 100 to 150 bicycles, e-bikes there. And from the time of let out, when that thing is full, to when it's empty with 1 or 2, I would see maybe 10 bikes go by on Santa Fe. In other words, the kids are not even using Santa Fe for leaving or coming. I went up there and took pictures of them going down Windsor, just like Councilmember Schaefer said. And when they do use Santa Fe, they're not on the bike lane. The handful of people I saw using the bike lane, there were a couple that were students, but most of them were adults, older adults, one with a surfboard on the side, and he was driving down there. And you continue to see no helmets and things like that. So I think we pushed the problem out of there. The traffic flows a little better than I thought it would, but I think we pushed it to the neighbors, to the neighboring. And then the other serious conflict is the bike lane driveway conflict up and down Santa Fe. Because as you're coming down there, the driver now has to basically think they're going through 2 different intersections. First, they have to go through the bikeway, the dedicated bikeway intersection, and they have no indication that a bike may be coming along at 25, 30 miles an hour down the hill or up the hill. And I saw it happen multiple times, where they get kind of, oh, wow, I didn't see you coming, and it happened especially at the entrance to SDA. I think we need to address that and fix that problem, even if we keep the protected bike lanes. Let's see. I could keep going on, but I believe that you're on the right path. With the simplified solution. I don't know what it is yet, but and I have a whole list of other smaller issues with the design, with varying from the disjointed bike lane as it crosses the crosswalk, literally hops over 4 or 5 feet, and I'll yield at that point. I think I've taken plenty of time. So, Councilmember San Antonio.
Well, I really appreciate what everybody has said. There's definitely a lot of great suggestions, a lot of from staff as well, from engineering. To what Deputy Mayor Line said, it's I definitely agree that it's a completed project. Should be all the way through the East Santa Fe, but I guess to keep it to what we're talking about right now is west. Let's see, I wrote down some stuff here. I definitely feel like the Sharrows should definitely go. I think that definitely invites this younger generation. They're like, oh, well, I'm a car. I get to use this lane just the same as they do. I feel like that kind of, I'm a big kid now. I can do it. And they just do it. That's me. I would probably do that. But over the plethora of pictures, that over 100 responses, minus or thousands of responses, minus the duplicates, from the responding citizens of Encinitas, I'm not going to say everybody, because I don't want to generalize it, but they don't seem to trust or like this configuration. I definitely like Councilmember O'Hara's suggestion of the paint. That seems like what he kind of just quickly sketched out seems to make a lot of sense to me. I went to school there, class of '93. I've driven that road hundreds, if not 1,000 times in my lifetime. But I mean, it wasn't broken, but I definitely see the benefits of what my other council members have suggested, as well as engineering. Let's see, what else did I write down here? The lanes definitely are tight. I don't know what's going to happen with Bobby Riggs, but I definitely, as we've talked about in the past, I'm pretty sure they're not going to go back to 22 courts. You know, we've already discussed that. But I know we also need parking around that area. We have students, we have this new development coming in. I like parallel parking. Personally, I feel like I can park my Sprinter van just fine parallel parking, but I don't want to take too many parking spaces away, because I definitely see how you can share a lot more space with angled in parking. We have angled in parking on the 101, you know, in front of the lumberyard on the west side. I think if you're angling in, the cars behind you, you're signaling, you're slowing down, the cars behind you are blocking for you essentially, because they want either they're blocking for you to get out so they can get in to your spot, or if you're looking, you got your signal on, they're slowing down behind you. This backing parking just seems counterintuitive to what's natural at this, in this juncture, or this configuration right now, when people are right on your butt trying to get past you, and you're trying to find a parking spot. That whole thing just definitely didn't make sense to me at all. I'm trying to go through these quickly, because I know we have so much to say about this. That high curb, definitely, thank you, Molly, for that picture. I mean, you know, my mom's 75, and I don't think she would feel safe like that. She is kind of walks gingerly already, so that definitely seems like a danger. And I don't know. I really do. Going back to Councilmember O'Hara's quick drawing, if we have to make changes to this, I mean, I know it is just paint. To me, that makes a lot of sense to me. It does. But I do agree with Deputy Mayor Lyons. It's not complete, and I do want it to be safe for everybody. So I do understand what she's saying about that, but I would be remiss to just say, oh, well, we're gonna do the bare minimum right here, and we'll see how this goes, but we'll finish east first, and then we'll come back to this, when, just like Councilmember Schaefer said, we've got young kids on e-bikes, we've got new drivers, and exactly like you said, it's a new crop every year. My nephew's going to be driving. He's on an e-bike now, but he just got his permit. He's going to be driving to SDA instead of riding his bike. He's got a big truck now. I mean, I had a small compact car, but now he's 16. He's driving a big F-150. I'm sure he's just good enough driver, but just from personal experience, when I was young, I didn't know what I was doing. We're all learning, right, throughout our whole life. So I'll yield after that.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
So I've seen you, Mayor, out there, so I just thought I'd call you out on that. But I disagree with nearly every characterization you had of what you saw. I live out there, and this is my district, and I have people who are anxiously anticipating this safer roadway crossing for their children who go to school. There's a moms group on Facebook who's just so supportive, and they're spreading the good word that now the kids can walk safely, the cars are driving a little slower, and the bikes have their own lanes. So I do want to make sure I'm on the record of saying I think your characterizations aren't correct. So what I do want to do is, after I've heard my colleagues, is say where I land on what we should be doing. My interpretation of Councilmember O'Hara's sketching is that would be a wholesale reconstruct. Now, if I'm wrong, correct me, but it would have to be everything on this cost estimate here in our staff report would be included in that. It would be a wholesale reconstruct. And I'm not going to support that, because that is not the improve, don't remove. And I've heard so many people say, improve, don't remove. So in response to that, I am supportive of the back-in parking. We have it elsewhere. It works, and it's working better along the 101. The fact that you've said it's not working better is incorrect. If we go with the compact in our back-in parking, then we could shorten up the noses of the curbs so that we can fit 11-foot lanes, 3 11-foot lanes. And so when you think about that, that just expands the footprint of the vehicle area in a way that I'm hearing people want for comfort. It pulls the noses of those bioswales curbs back in, and it accommodates the compact parking. In this way, we only have to reconstruct some of what's already there. So that's how I would suggest we look at addressing the parking that achieves both the 11-foot lanes and modified back-in parking. I do also support the new signalized crossing. With the signalized crossing and 3 11-foot lanes, I think we'll be in a position where the emergency vehicles will be able to navigate it better. I look to staff to help engineer and look at that. I'm not going to say that I know that for sure. I don't think I have this technical expertise to be able to say that. But in my gut feeling is that that would create a better environment for the emergency vehicles, and I'd like to get some feedback on that. I also think we could remove the high curb. I've heard people talk about that. I'm listening. Where there is that high curb that you step over, that was originally for the bio basins. I believe I understand better that to convey the water. But I've also heard you say that a modified solution could use permeable pavement as a way to accommodate for any reduction in the bio basins we might, well, I'm not going to go so far as say any reduction, but for some reductions in the bio basins so that we could still accommodate the stormwater. Do you want to comment on that?
That's correct. So if we were to remove the impervious surface, the pervious surface with the landscape, that could be swapped 1-for-1 with another impervious surface or pervious surface, which would be a permeable asphalt. Yeah.
And that would be a solution that would then get rid of, it would mitigate the fact that you've got this thing to step up over, and then you could have a flat surface. And it would be a permeable surface, which would accommodate our needs for our stormwater management, for clean, high-quality, clean stormwater going into the ocean. I just have a couple more here. So permeable pavement, I said. Sorry, I think there was. And I don't know if I mentioned slurry seal yet, but as a final tidy up the appearance and improve the surface quality of the remaining roadway in those areas where we don't have the permeable pavement, then I would be in favor of the slurry seal. And I'll yield.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Sure, I'm just curious, how many of these types of estimates do we have for all the possible ways we could redo this? Is this the only one?
These are the estimates we have prepared.
Okay.
Correct.
So we didn't, this is all we looked at.
Correct. We did take a look at full removal between the two intersections based off discussions yesterday. We generally estimating around 1.8 million to 2 million, depending on what the scope would entail of full removal.
So, but again, this is the only estimate we got that you guys actually put together.
Correct.
Okay. So there's probably other options than just this one, as there always is. I'm going to step aside on this for a moment because the safety is the top thing, and I'm going to say one thing I'd like us to look at in this, regardless of where we go with the design, and I want to set this aside for a further conversation, is I think something Councilmember Schaefer has touched on. I would love to work with legal and our city in our school, in this case SDA, to see if there's a way to make it so that kids are not on Santa Fe. from during drop-off in the morning. Hour window or something like that where it's no bikes or whatever. And we work with the school to instruct kids and put up signs to go Westminster, up Rockweza, over to Melba and up. Similarly, with a similar type of path from the east side to take the e-bikes out of the equation. Because to me, that's the interaction we're talking about. I hear people talking about sharrows. We have misplaced bike lanes. And it's all because these interactions, right? Meryl has mentioned it quickly, but the idea of when you take a right-hand turn in traffic onto a two-lane road, you don't turn into the second lane, you turn into the first lane. And so when we put a bike lane and then another lane, we've got 3 lanes if you go into the second lane on the driving, if there was a third lane or the middle lane, but you're essentially crossing 2 lanes every time. That's not safe. You wouldn't do it on any road. And why are we putting people in this position when they pull out of these developments or pickleball or the dentist office or wherever? So I'm looking out for this city's long-term fiscal interest and saying that safety is worth the investment. I'm going to stand by that. But I would like to see if we can look forward at the idea of maybe getting the kids out of the equation to make it even safer. With that, something I'd like to propose in whatever we do is I would like to propose an oversight committee in this process of some sort, whether it's council, staff, and traffic mobility members or something like that, because I don't want to be back here doing this again. And I think we need to work as a team to get the right equation out here. Handing it off, having it come back is not a guarantee that we're going to get the product we want. Or even the safest product, because I assume the first time this was designed, the thought was that this was the safest product, and it's not. So I would like us to look at whatever we decide, because it doesn't sound like we're going to come to a conclusion here tonight, an oversight committee that works with action, involves parties who are stakeholders in this, if you want to call it that, in the outcome. And we get to work and we fix this as a team. I don't want to just hand this back to staff. No offense to staff. Again, I'm not going to go back to how we got here. I don't know. Wasn't in the room for this, but I'm here now. We're all here now and we can fix this. So that's my proposal.
Okay. So I think comment was made earlier that we don't have the money to fix it, or we don't want to spend the money here. I think we don't have the money to leave it as it is. I'm more worried about the liability, and they're a major liability, and I obviously disagree with Deputy Mayor Lyons on observations. I've spent my time out there. I'm pretty confident that the major usage and access for bikes is not on Santa Fe. That we built a $4+ million bike lane and Sharrow infrastructure, and hardly anybody is using it today. And the idea that we're going to learn how to back in park, I think the South 101 shows that that's not true. It's 2 years and there's still, I don't know how many years it's been there. The other question I would have, if you look at Leucadia Streetscape, the portions we've done, how many back-end diagonal parking spaces are there in the entire Leucadia Streetscape as built today? 8? 10? Not many.
Not many.
How many parallel? 100? 75, 100? And of all those parallels and the diagonal, where is the bike lane? Protected? No. It's between the travel lane and the diagonal. And it exactly proves my point about the geometry here, where we've squeezed, and I loved at the public input meeting, I think it was Bridget Kimball, said the space is small, but we tried to do everything. And to me, that's where the design failure came from, where you pull up, and I watched almost 100% of the cars pulling up and trying to make that angle back in, and all had to readjust. One car had to readjust twice to get into and they're relatively large spaces. They're wide. You saw the picture of Molly's pickup truck. I had my big SUV in one, and I had tons of room on both sides. So they're wide, yet they're still hard to make that angle. It needs a buffer, and what Councilmember O'Hara's, I'm not being offensive, crude drawing, I think showed a more standard, much more like Leucadia streetscape, with the exception of the handful of back-end diagonal parking. Most of Leucadia streetscape is precisely what he showed. I got a comment from a neighboring elected, and without naming names, they don't understand what we did on South 101 with the in and out and left and right. And if you look in their city, it's very consistent, it's very intuitive. And I think Scott Campbell hit on that too. I'm looking for whatever's brought back. Now, I don't know if I want to, I don't want to let go of this. I think this should be done in public because there are people on both sides, and I want to they should have a bite at every apple. So I would give very clean direction to staff to bring back a design or set of designs or sketches, not complete, detailed. And in fact, the way I would approach it is I would list as many of the issues we've seen, because I don't think we've hit them all yet. I have a few more. Make sure that staff has all the issues, that the specification, if you will, that to bring back a design. The one design could be based on your sketch and applying it the distance. I quite frankly, every one of the alternates here with that kind of kept some semblance of the diagonal parking, I kept going, that just looks like I'm designing a mess. I think we need to decide, is it a problem or is it not a problem? Is the diagonal parking, are the curbs too tall? Do the rocks work? And so far, the answer for me is no, no, no. They're all liabilities that I think we run the risk, I hope not, but we run the risk of lawsuits, and I don't want that to happen. So with that, I would recommend we give, I'm going to pause. I need a motion to extend beyond 10.
Motion to extend.
Second.
Okay, I think Schaefer, let's vote on that.
System's frozen, so I'll just go ahead and have you vote. San Antonio?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Yes.
O'Hara?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Yes.
And Mayor Ehlers?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
So what I would propose is we go through any other issues we have, and then we do send it to staff to come back with some proposals like they did. But I think you went beyond where they were thinking, and I'm with you there. So. And by the way, we're voting on the extension.
Oh,
No,
I thought we already did.
We already did that, right?
Yeah, it was frozen, so I was going to do it after that. Sorry about that.
Are you done, Mayor?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm done. I yield.
I think the majority of the issue is directly in front of the high school between Nardo and McKinnon and Bonita and Windsor. There's some issues. You think there's issues on?
Yeah, the sidewalk with the green stripe down the middle and garbage cans. Have you seen that? It's crazy. But
Yeah,
I'll just throw it out there. I think there's more.
Yeah, I get that. To some level, I actually appreciate the bikes off the road on a sidewalk. I think it's. I'm not gonna lie to you. I tell my daughter that if you're gonna ride a bike, be on the sidewalk. I'll pay the fines because I just don't want. I'm a U.S. Navy trained safety officer. It's just stupid. I do this. I do high risk things for a living. I used to. I still love that stuff, but there's adrenaline junkies, and then there's aggressive, and then there's reckless. What we're doing is reckless. So personally, I think what we're doing, if like I said, option 3 without the sharrows on page 1, between Nardo and Bonita, I would get rid of the sharrows and keep them in their bike lanes. I would vote to approve that. Between or east of Bonita and Windsor, I would vote on option 2. I'll vote to approve that minus the sharrow on the westbound bike lane or the westbound traffic lane, and putting another bike lane in. mimic the south side, if you will. I would also move to motion, come back with a nose-in parking with full detail. I'm not going to say a sketch. I want the full detail. Why not? Let's get the full detail of a nose-in parking, the cost associated with a permeable surface, whether it's pavers or whatever the options are. Give us some options so that we can do this at a cost-effective rate, because we've just wasted now however many millions of dollars for a stupid project. And then also do the parallel parking. I know that there's something between 49 and 46 parking spots that they talked about, which is fine.
So just as clarification, when you say nose in, you mean perpendicular parking or diagonal?
No, or diagonal, because diagonal nose-in parking does work in areas. It works on 101 right now. It works in a lot of places.
Okay, you're saying diagonal, regular diagonal,
Yeah, just
not
nose in,
person. Okay.
nose in.
As opposed to nose in perpendicular to traffic.
Which is parallel parking.
No. That.
Oh, yeah, not straight nose in, yeah, angled, angled parking.
So
with this-
typical angled parking
Angled
like
nose in.
downtown 101.
And preferably slightly steeper than what the current angles are, as steep as possible.
Can you throw out lane widths? Well, what are you saying?
Again, I go back to the 11 and a half for sure. I would propose that, which is, if you have to almost go steeper on the angled nose in, or you have to go back to parallel parking. So one of the two, whichever one works. So I'm trying to kind of move this thing forward. I would approve west of McKinnon with a couple of clarifications, and east of Bonita and Windsor, and then really focus on the meat of the matter right in front of the high school, just to get some motions going and moving us forward. If there's something specific that you want to kick back and get everything come back, that's fine by me too, but let's move this thing along.
Yep. You yield? Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I wasn't going to speak again, but I heard something said that I want to shine a light on. I think when we say, why don't we just tell people they can't use that street if they choose to ride a bike or if they choose to be on an e-bike, then that is walking away from what our primary duty is as civic leaders, and that is to problem solve, to put forward solutions that work for everyone who decides to purchase whatever kind of vehicle they want to purchase, whether it's one that's driven by a motor or one that's an e-bike or one that's just walking. So by us saying, oh, we'll just tell them not to use that, we're not doing the job that we've been entrusted to do, and that's provide safe infrastructure for all modes who are using our public streets. So there's a lot of things I don't see eye to eye with my colleagues on today, and I wanted to point that one out as well.
Okay, and the one thing I wanted to understand, when you bring back, I think I've heard at least two options, which I agree with bringing them back. One with diagonal and 11-foot or even 11.5-foot lanes. I'm assuming that's with, where do you put the bike lanes? Do you put them as protected and tear it up, or do you put them behind the diagonal parking?
I think you'd put them as protected where they currently are, and if you go parallel, then you could put it on the outside, closer to the lane.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing, I'm going to start numbering scenarios so we can make it more finite what we're asking engineering to look at. Number one would be a parallel parking version with protected bike lanes kind of existing where they are now. Parallel parking with whatever we need to get the people out of the parking. I think you had one very close to that better. 11.5-foot lanes for the travel lanes and maybe 11 feet for the center lane, or 10 feet for the center lane. I'm not sure what our preference is. I think this comes down to what you have available. And I'm talking primarily in front of STA as an example, and then making it consistent up and down the street.
So can I ask a question on this design? My mom decides to step in front of me in this current thing between the driveway with the stop and the arrow, and I'm where the sharrow is heading west. My mom decides to step into the bike lane. Where do I go on my bike?
Yeah, I'm not trying to design it right now. I'm trying to get scenarios down that we analyze, and then we can have this discussion at a future meeting where we understand.
Go to my lawyer, and
I understand.
Can I interject and just say I support what you're doing, Mayor, in that it's our position to provide overarching ideas, and it's this engineer's role to do the design.
Precisely, and I think I'm trying to stay in the spirit of what Councilmember Schaefer was going. I don't have it all thought out here. I don't expect me to have it all thought out. So I'm just trying to give some scenarios, and then we could ask if any other council members want to look at one other or two other. I think I've got about three in mind.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, so let me get it out there, and then we'll go down. You're next anyways. So the second one would be a diagonal, straight in, normal diagonal, and same dimensions, but I personally don't think that's going to work, but you tell us how it'll work from a lane width. So that says protected bike lane, change it to normal diagonal, whatever you call that, and then the wider lanes. Now that's going to have impact on having to move concrete and whatnot. I'm using the theory that Councilmember O'Hara said, easiest way to figure out what to do is to figure out what we should have done. And so the third scenario is what I'm going to call it Jim O'Hara's, I want to call it chicken scratching, but it was better than that. It was, the red lines. I'll give it a nice polite name, where it is essentially non-protected bike lane and diagonal parking, probably normal diagonal parking, with a slight buffer at the tail end of the car, with the bike lane, with the buffer stripe, whatever you need there, whatever you can get in there to get the full bike lane, and then 11 and a half nominally, and just show us what the dimensions look like, and do any one of those three work? Are there? And this is just working models. We can tweak them when they come back, but the idea is to kind of get it finite, give clear direction to staff, and come back and have productive discussions.
I still think our quickest way to an entrance is to have a committee do this, because I just think we're going to get what we need put together. I truly don't see any safety in leaving any of the pieces that are there. I don't. Yeah. I don't see safety for the city from lawsuits. I don't see safety of the users of any of these designs I see here. I see a lot of wasted space in this design here. And I understand. I understand why we're trying to work. We're trying to put pig on a lipstick. I get it. Or lipstick on a pig. In this case, it could be either, I guess. Yeah. But I just, I can tell you, I'm going to be up here talking about if you leave that bike lane where it is, everything that's wrong with it. The fact that it's at an angle, and I'm going to ride my bike at an angle the first time it gets wet.
I'm not trying to engineer it tonight, and I'm probably with you, Jim.
But I'm trying to avoid bad engineering.
In that I think having that example in front of us will show us the same problems are still there, and so, but we need to go through that analysis. And to your comment, and then I'll yield to you after I give the city manager moment. To your comment about having a committee, the buck stops here, guys. I'm sorry. We need to fix this. I can't push this off on a subcommittee. I'm willing to take the time, and even if we have to do special meetings, to have this discussion in public, because there are people on both sides of the issue who feel very strongly about it, and I don't want anybody accusing anybody of hey, you're designing this in a vacuum. No, we want to do it in front of the public. That's my opinion. With that, I will yield, but I'm going to recognize the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember O'Hara, to your point, with this, we are a team, and we want to work together to get the best solution. So just to let you know, the city manager's office will be intimately involved working with engineering. Assistant City Manager Jay Schwarm actually oversees engineering now, with Jace's legal background that she has. So I do want you to know that the city manager's department will also have oversight of this project and the process, and work with engineering to bring back what the council wants to see. We do view this as a team effort. We also view that there were things that were done differently with the first project, but I wanted you to know that you have commitment from the city manager's office, the city manager, and the ACM to absolutely work with engineering to bring back definitely options that council can work on. We are a team. We want to make things better, and we will make sure that we have the proper oversight of whatever project we come up with,
Yeah, and I mean,
that you vote on.
and I go back, I mean, I go back to, going back to the beginning of this, I wasn't in the room when the decision was made, and I don't know how we got here. I truly don't. But it sure seems pretty simple. Sure seems pretty simple as to what needs to be done. And what's keeping us from pulling the trigger other than the price tag is, I don't know. So I'm just going to leave it there at the moment.
Okay, real quick, can you pull this page up again? It's the, west of Nardo, yeah. That bottom design, can we not do that east as well of Bonita and Windsor?
So the challenge going east of Bonita Windsor is there's a very steep slope on that north side where that nursing home is. So potential of a retaining wall that would have to be constructed. There is a drainage swale there. It's kind of depicted in that 4-foot planter that's on the bottom. Potentially we can weave a bike lane through there, but that would require a little bit more engineering design. That was not part of the original project.
Okay.
I would say consider if you need a retaining wall, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
If it's the right answer, that it's intuitive, it's straight, people look at it and they're safe, then a retaining wall is what we should do.
So if you go back up, so if you could do basically what you did at the bottom one, so that bottom one there.
Right.
On both the west side, that specifically spot, and then again on the east side of Windsor and Bonita, and then also bring back, and I'm making a motion to bring back what the mayor has asked, and then Jim's design.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, let's bring back those designs and let's have that conversation then. Hopefully there's people to vote on it, talk about it, at least their opinions, but that's kind of what I think the consensus is right now. So we can, is that
Make
the
a
motion?
motion, yeah.
So that's the motion. So bring
And
back.
I'll second.
That for east and west side, and then in the middle is that's the 3 different options for that. So that's my personal opinion.
So just a little comment on that. So we're still planning to move forward with these little tweaks to make it a little bit safer now, and then we'll bring back the designs for the other ones. I just wanted to make sure that the stuff that he's showing on page 5 here now, so some minor improvements to probably the SDA. We'll look at adding those in-pavement lights. That should be a pretty quick fix. Traffic signal modifications to straighten out the bike lanes and the, and the ped path, and then improvements to the bike conflict areas. So those would be kind of your second interim project while we work on figuring out what the ultimate configuration looks like.
So do you need a motion and a second on that after we get done with this one?
Not necessarily. The way we wrote this staff report is that this is what we're planning to proceed with. So this we knew we were.
And you have funding and it's within
Yeah, so in
the authority.
In that table 7, that's the that $740,000 column. So the required project fixes approximately 740.
I don't know about the rest of the council. I would feel better if we made a definitive motion and on the recommendations so that we have a record of what we're doing, what we're recommending, and what we're not. I want traceability and
we have the
make it very clear.
1.4 that's left on the west and the 1.5 if necessary to dip into the east.
And that's precisely why I want it, because I want to be careful with how we spend the money that's there today.
Right.
So that we don't get to the end and go, oh, we used it all up. And so you made a motion, I seconded. I think that's on the table. I've got Councilmember Schaefer, you're up next. That was it?
That was me. Yeah.
Okay. Can the clerk read back the motion on the floor right now?
Okay, so what I have is, so it's to direct staff to bring back design options as follows. Number 1 was parallel parking with protected bike lanes, 11 to 11.5 foot lane widths. Number 2 was head-in diagonal parking with protected bike lanes, 11 to 11.5 foot lane widths. Number 3 was Councilmember O'Hara's drawing, with 11 to 11 and a half lane widths. And then also bring back on page 1, the west of Nardo McKinnon, it was the bottom one, optional configuration that says remove bollard/buffer, widen lanes, and construct street-level bike lane. And then doing the same for east side of Windsor and Bonita. East of Bonita/Windsor.
And bring those designs back
those back,
for further discussion.
Mayor,
With
can I
cost.
make a comment?
Yes.
Before we vote, I just want to go on the record of saying that there are several of those options that I could approve of, that I would, in theory, depending on how they come forward. The ones with the buffered bike lane sound like they're going to meet some of my objectives, but because there's also some in there that don't meet my objectives and I think make this a less safe corridor, I'm going to not vote in support of this, but I just wanted to go on the record to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will call a question.
Motion carries with Deputy Mayor Lyons voting no.
Okay, now, let's get to, we're almost done here. I just want to get to the recommended actions. If you could bring that, when you're ready, bring that recommended action page back up. And I want to make sure what we're agreeing to and how much money we think it'll be right now.
Mayor, I have a question or comment. With the recommended action, the items, for example, the protected intersections, I would question first engineering staff that if these items on the first motion are entertained or changed, what effects would it have on the intersections? So by us moving forward, is it going to be based on changes, we need to consider additional changes and modifications? So I want to look at how we pace that so that we're not getting ahead of ourselves based on choices that are further up the road. Do you follow?
And that's precisely why I want to vote on it, is that we're spending real money, potentially, and I want to make sure we're not doing something too big that would get undone completely by what we just started in motion. And I thought, as I said, the buck stops here, and we need to get our votes down there to make sure we say yay or nay. So,
Real quickly, just so we're hearing you correctly, we have to finish the intersections as part of this, right? And what we want to do is we want to make sure we're not throwing money after a project that's going to change. And so we want to get this expedited to a point where we don't get a new design of the road and then have to redo the intersection after the fact, after having completed it.
That they all align. Whatever changes you make in the center, that they align with the intersection. So if you do the intersections before you decide what you're going to do, I just don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
I just want to make sure we're all saying that. That wasn't.
yeah, that was exactly my intent. I do not want to waste money on an intersection that we then change completely where the bike lane is. So with that, the recommendations, you had a cost sheet there that had the different options. I thought that would be a good place to start.
So that would be a
Right
no.
there.
Would be the cut through.
So which line items are we talking about?
The ones at the top, required project modifications, those 3. So the intersection improvements that we talked about, the parking ped cut-throughs, and the bike conflict areas.
I'm all in on the bike conflict areas. I am not sure about the intersection or even, well, the parking pedestrian cut-throughs. We could be cutting out and improving something we're going to hammer out. And I would just wait. That's $145,000 that I'm not sure I'm ready. Now, is it a risk issue that we have to do that immediately? But technically we'd have to do it every side of a car, left side, right side, on every one of those. You might as well just take out the entire curb.
We do it every place the stripe hits the barrier. So whether you're getting out on the right side of one car, the left side of another car, you're basically going down that stripe.
And at the outer edge on each diagonal curve, you're going to have to cut it there too. Again, I would wait. That's me. I think that's $145,000 we can put towards the solution, and we're reconfiguring. We're not even taking. We're refinishing a portion by cutting it out nicely, I assume, and then filling in with concrete the middle, and then we may come out and hammer it all out. So I would hold off on that. The driveway bike conflict, I think that's paint. It is $95,000. That's a lot, but I think that goes a long way towards reminding drivers that there are bicycles coming through on that slot. And it's $95,000. It's more than I would like to spend, but I think that's pretty. I mean, there's one other option, which is to close off all the diagonal parking. And that would mitigate the risk too. And it would mitigate a lot. It would mitigate visibility issues. It would mitigate quite a bit.
With school out, maybe that is an option as we figure out what we want to do. We put that on hold if that's appropriate to say, until with the goal of having something established, obviously before school.
Yeah. To me, it's a question of risk, and so what's the pleasure? What does the council want to do?
I would just say that getting a permanent solution before school doesn't seem feasible with council being dark in July, and we'll need to create a design and then bring it back for immunity and then go out to bid. So it would be closed for more than just the summer.
Yeah.
How quickly can we get design? I mean, this seems to me like one of the biggest issues in the city. Let's put it at the front of the line.
I think you still have a problem of getting it back, getting it approved and permitted and everything before school. I want to get to the right design ultimately, and I think, quite frankly, it's going to be the review process with us that's going to take more time than the design process with the engineers. That's my belief. It's going to be public notice, it's going to be setting up the meeting, having the feedback, and then we'll probably tweak it once, twice, I hope, not more. I'm just very hesitant to spend large dollars, $500,000 for intersection improvements. I mean, to me, that's money better held in abeyance so that we can use it to fix whatever we have to fix. So I would move approving the moving forward on the $95,000 item, and I would look to the rest of the council for the other two, whether you feel strongly one way or the other.
So just a little clarification or a questioning, I guess, further on the intersection improvements. It says obviously required to move forward. So is it required for project completion?
I guess that's a matter of opinion. So the engineering opinion and our recommendation is that we do address the fact that the bike lane kind of makes an odd geometry through the intersection now, and we feel like it would be better to straighten that out through those intersections.
I get worried, if I could interject, if I can. I get worried that we know that it's incomplete and we know it's not in the condition of the safety as it should be. We know that, and we're not taking action. So I'd feel more comfortable to protect the public, to actually do the protected bike lanes and.
So I'm going to finish my question. I was wondering if there's a way to finish the intersections in a way that is a more flexible, for lack of a better design, for future purposes. If there's a way to do that, maybe there's a way that this money's not being spent. We're not putting something in, again, that we have a lot that I think we should tear out, but no, we're not putting something additional in right now that we think we need to remove. We're having something that maybe gets an update, and that's a less expensive update.
Yeah, I think that's okay, no. I think the most challenging part is it sounds like there is a possibility that the bike lane stays where it is, and then there's a possibility that the parallel parking is snugged to the curb and the bike lane is out. So because there's that flexibility in which direction we go, we can't say definitively that what we do now is definitely going to stay and align perfectly with whatever this council selects.
So I've got a motion on the floor just for the 95,000 for the driveway bike interface. I haven't heard. If I get a second and a vote. Okay.
And does that imply we're not approving the others as well?
So far. No,
Just do 'em
somebody
one by
could,
one.
could do, yeah, we could do it in multiple ones. So, looks like, call a question?
Motion carries unanimously on that one.
Well, for the interest of the safety of the traveling public, to protect them in the interim, and also because this will be a longer process than we envision right now, because we're going to vet the design, and that'll take some time. I've heard about the public comment period. We do want some more public comment. We want transparency. We want to then bring this to design, which is an engineering level design. These are technical documents that take a professional to do, and that takes some time. And we need to find funding, and none of these are done yet. So I would anticipate we wouldn't move on a final edit on this until sometime late in the year, if that. I'm looking at Jill for your thoughts.
Certainly, we're going to try our hardest to move this forward as quickly as we can, but there are certain permitting and review steps that take place. We have our standard process. There's some steps we can cut out if this council would so chooses. Typically, we would bring a new configuration through our MTSC, but that adds another month to the process.
I'm really wanting to focus on design immunity too, and I know everyone at the city wants to focus on that. There's a higher risk with doing these things this way in regards to that. So I would like to move that the intersection improvements and the parking pedestrian cut-throughs go through at this time in order to protect the traveling public on this corridor during this period. And it's not like I love spending money. I don't like that decision, but I do think that's our duty to do.
And I'll second it for discussion, but I'm not supporting it.
I don't think we should cut throughs. We're going to do cut throughs, just cut it all out. Why?
Agree to cut it all out.
Yeah, why?
I would go to option.
So you're
730.
saying you wouldn't support the motion? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
As far as the cut-throughs go, if we're gonna, I don't think cut-throughs are the safe answer. Cut-throughs are a way where somebody's got to look both ways still. And to me, if the people who are going to say the back-end parking works in Cardiff, the reason it works is because there's a space that's safe to stand and not elevated behind your bicycle, behind your car when you take your bike or your surfboard out. And if we do cut-throughs, this is a great segment. If we do cut-throughs, we're not going to have that. Just take it all out and leave the islands if you want, but take it all out for now. It probably costs less, right? Because we're not having to do as much finishing on it. We're just cutting, now we're just finishing two edges and we're just ripping the rest out, and putting pavement down over it and painting it.
It's 730.
So
730,000.
So
That's my suggestion on the cut-throughs is cut it all out in those spots. They don't have to worry about anybody tripping, going to the back of their car and their trunk and tripping because it doesn't line up with the line. If that's the way we're going to go with it, I think that's what we should do. The big one to me is we need to, Deputy Mayor is correct. We do need to get this to the point where it's, we're created some design immunity, and I'm more stuck on the intersection improvements, and I'd love to just figure out how to make it cost a little less or make that $500,000 go into the final project. And that's why I keep asking these questions. I'm searching for that information.
Yeah, and we do have a month or two while school's out. I just want to get clarity, and that I think we're getting that from this. We have a motion. I seconded for discussion. I'm planning to vote no, but any other comments? And I'll call a question.
At this point, I mean, as we're going this way now, I mean, I think the parallel parking might just be
Well,
for time purposes, I know, but for time purposes, for costs, we're going to be spending double or sometimes multiple
Not if
times.
we say no to this motion.
Of course.
So
But I do
I'm
agree
just
with
trying to
Deputy
get
Mayor
clarity.
Lyons that we are putting ourselves at risk. We're sitting here on record saying that we know this is a risk, and all of a sudden we don't cut through. Somebody trips and falls. I mean, we just did it in Lucadia.
I'm
I
saying
mean,
cut
we're-
it all the way. I'm not saying.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But I'm trying to say is that we're going to make a decision on that to cut it all down. At this point, I don't know why we're even looking at other designs. I think parallel parking is the fastest, quickest. It's what people are used to. It makes sense.
I think what our discussion was earlier is that we will see more particulars about, and there are other issues we have to look at in the detailed design as it comes forward. So it is what it is today. It is in that state, and we need to take some reasonable time here to get the right solution. I go back to Jim, your comment about we need to figure out what should have been done to tell us what to do, and I think the design, the 3 scenarios we talked about, will help me do that, and I hope it'll help you do that, and I hope we can bring it back quickly, whether that's probably not late June, but early August and if we have to do a special meeting, we'll do another special meeting. But
so it's not that it won't help us. That part is gotten. It's the speed to doing this.
Yeah.
And I think that ideally, if we were able to make decisions tonight, I think that doing it within a reasonable time of school starting, which is the primary traffic hours that we're going to be seeing this and having issues, and now back at construction during school.
Yeah.
I think the common sense here. I don't think that this is cosmic. This isn't rocket science. It's parallel parking or nose in parking. Is it all the way to the curb? Put the bike on the outside. I mean, I almost feel like we should have come here prepared to do this now. I mean, this is because we have the money here, and we're not going to spend $145,000, another $500,000, and that's $645,000 right there. That we just it ends up being.
I need to see lane widths, and I think we had a good discussion tonight about. We just need to see what happens when it gets designed into the physical situation. That's my concern.
I guess the point is that we lived with it for so long at the full width all the way to the sidewalk. It's not that hard to see what it was like because we've all lived it for the most part. Anybody here that's not, we've all done it. Every single person here has done it for years, and it worked. It was working. So we just beautify it, correct it, and bring it back to what it was with some improvements. But I get it.
I think I still have
money,
open
but-
questions.
Sure.
So.
I wasted 145, I guess, earlier, so let's just do it again.
No, I'm actually arguing no. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Vote no on it.
All right.
So I'm voting no, but with that, I will call the question.
So,
Do you want to?
what is the motion?
The
Is it,
motion is to approve traffic signal modifications, Nardo/McKinnon and Benito Windsor, relocate signal poles as needed and reconstruct curb returns, staff recommendation, straighten bike lanes across intersections, staff recommendation, and then the other one was parking cut-throughs, modify planners to provide ADA compliant pedestrian path, staff recommendation.
Not to belabor it, but I thought we were already voted on one of those, and I can't pull it
Yeah.
up right now
Yeah,
because
but
they're in the
here-
voting screen.
Yeah, this was
We did not
the,
vote on this motion yet.
no,
No, the one
the
before.
motion was just not for the 95, but the other two.
No, it was just the other two, yeah. So
Yeah,
there's
just the other two.
Just the other two.
Traffic modifications,
Yeah.
and it did not include the optional alternative, correct?
Right, did not.
So it's the
It
traffic
was-
signal modifications, 1A, and then the parking cut-throughs, 1.
Yeah.
That's shown.
And then the cost was 500,000 and 142?
Let's see,
145.
500,000 and.
Yeah, there you go.
145.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was as
Just
I
those two.
had it. Yes.
no?
Yes. And that motion does fail with Councilmember San Antonio, Schaefer, O'Hara, and Mayor Ehlers voting no.
Oops. Okay. Is there anything else on that item? Can
Okay.
we move on to the next item?
Can we, so, we almost need someone here to tell us what our risk level is on the legal side of this.
Jace is ready to speak.
Okay.
I'm getting eyes from the city manager. The intersections exist as it existed for many years. It's the interconnections or the alignments of the new improvements to the intersections that need to be addressed. And that's the concern about modifying the intersections when you don't know whether you're going to have the protected bike lanes or the bike lanes next to the traffic part. So I think that as it exists today, we know that, there's ADA issues out there on the crossovers, on the planters. We know that the alignments need improvement. So it would behoove us to move this forward as quickly as we can so we can start taking a look at the improvements to the intersections, or maybe, I'm just thinking out loud, I'm sorry, maybe engineering could look at intersection improvements with two concepts. One, keeping the protected bike lane, or two, the alignment of the bike lane out near the traffic with the buffers. And this way, we are getting prepared for the intersection improvements as quickly as we can. Jill, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, absolutely, we can do that.
Yeah, and I think that would be holistic and good to tell us how the intersections should be configured to maximize safety for the three scenarios. And two of those are identical from the positioning, so.
This way, we're moving forward.
Yeah, I like that. So I don't think we need a vote on that, do we? I don't think so. Anything else on 10A? If not, we got 25 minutes till 11 o'clock, and we've got 12A.
Hey, Jill.
Are we set? Moving, what did I skip with 11? Informational items, none, so on to 12A. With that, I'll hand the floor over to Councilmember San Antonio.
All right, so I have my council-initiated item to hire 3 firefighters for Olevenhain. Should I just, I'm sorry, I've never done this before. Do I just?
Yeah, just give us a quick overview. I think we read the item.
Perfect. I'll just read the background just so it's out there. Investigation by Public Health and Safety Commission of potential wildfire risks and concerns in Encinitas based on recent and similar past fires. The Public Health and Safety Committee report outlines recommendations to significantly enhance fire safety across the community. These proposed improvements represent a substantial financial commitment totaling tens of millions of dollars. While strategic infrastructure development and long-term planning remain essential, ensuring adequate on-the-ground staffing means a critical operational priority. A central aspect of this conversation has long included Station 6, the fire station operating with just 2 firefighters per shift. It is time to transition from aspirational planning to actionable measures. As such, I recommend the immediate hiring of 3 firefighters. This step will increase staffing levels of Fire Station 6, directly improving emergency response capabilities by enabling more consistent and timely deployment of personnel for both fire and medical emergencies. By taking immediate steps, such as enhancing staffing of Station 6, while continuing to pursue broader strategic initiatives, we can meaningfully improve our fire service safety, responsiveness, and resilience. All right. While I recognize that this council-initiated item is being brought forward outside of the typical budget cycle, the urgency of the issues warrant our attention before summer and the height of fire season. I first drafted this proposal shortly after my appointment to the council, motivated by the increasing fire risks in our community, particularly in Olevenhain, underscored by the recent release of the CAL FIRE severity zone map. The Palisades fire was a sobering reminder of the threats we face. A fire under the right wind conditions could pose an imminent danger to residents in Levenhain and the surrounding neighborhoods. I took a drive this past weekend early in the morning from 3 different fire stations over to Double L Ranch Road. I feel like that's kind of the center point out in the end of Lone Jack. To see how long it would take each fire station to from each fire station to this possible starting point. From Fire Station 4 in Village Park, it took 10 minutes and 42 seconds. From Carlsbad Fire Station 6 on Rancho Santa Fe Road, it took 13 minutes and 22 seconds. And from Rancho Santa Fe Fire Station 1, it took 12 minutes and 55 seconds. I know I was not driving code 3, but I went early morning without traffic to kind of simulate cars moving out of my way for a clear driving road. Having the necessary number of firefighters on the scene is critical to suppression of a fire. Currently, Encinitas Fire Station 6 is staffed with just 2 firefighters. While capable of responding quickly to medical emergencies or basic wildfire defense efforts, the staffing level is insufficient for a robust initial attack or for protecting structures during fast-moving wildfire events. For one of our most densely wooded communities, Levenhain has gone without a fully staffed Type 1 engine for far too long. If the council approves the addition of 3 firefighter positions, the hiring and onboarding process, including recruitment, background checks, medical evaluations, and training, would take several months. Therefore, we must begin the process now if we intend to be prepared for future emergencies. I'm eager to move this initiative forward and approve these positions as soon as possible. At the same time, I recognize that there may be operational and logistical delays. If approved, I'm flexible on the implementation of the timeline so long as we are moving in the right direction. Ultimately, my priority is to move in the right direction. Even if we can't act immediately, we should be prepared to act responsibly and effectively. Levenhain is, in many ways, at the tip of the spear when it comes to wildfire vulnerability. The community deserves and has the right to expect the same level of fire protection as the rest of Encinitas. It is time we take action to provide Levenhain and our entire fire service the delivery system.
Cool. Any comments? If not, I'll hop in. Councilmember O'Hara. Oh,
Yes, we do have one public
thank you.
comment
Good-
from
good catch.
Christine Schindler, and then we do have 3 individuals that registered support for the recommended action but did not wish to speak.
So good evening. Wow, you guys were still here. I was surprised. Thank you for bringing this forward. You're my district rep, and I appreciate it. I support you. I think that having a more viable fire station for Levenhain, that part of town, is much needed and probably overdue. And it's going to cost money, but it's important. So I do want to say I came in the midst of the other item, and I heard that the consent item, pull and blow, took a while. So I guess that's why the next part took a while. So I'll catch up on video. Hopefully staff felt supported. Not pleased with how that result came out. I appreciate Deputy Mayor Joy doing what you were trying to do. And once again,
does this have to do with 12A? Just point of order. I mean, we're on public comments for 12A.
Yeah.
So that's the fire
So
station.
I'll wrap it up in saying thank you again for bringing this forward, and I support you. Thank you.
So Councilmember O'Hara.
Just to be clear, we're looking to get a 3rd firefighter at Station 6.
Yes.
Okay. So I
3 firefighters because of the 3 shifts.
Got it. I think this is important. I know finance is going to be a big part of this, and I think what we're really looking to do, and I appreciate Councilmember San Antonio that you said you are flexible or negotiable. I forget what you said on the timeline, but I think what you're asking is what the residents are asking, which is this whole plan needs to be our top priority. And I think so as someone who looks at the capability of that station, obviously we have a future plan to build a bigger station out there, but I look at our friends in Rancho Santa Fe, I look at our friends in Village Park and Carlsbad, and with 2 firefighters, it's going to be really hard for that station to ever be able to support them if needed. And when we get 3 firefighters out there, I think that gives us Chief Gordon, sorry. I think if we can get 3 firefighters out there, that actually makes that not just safer for Olivенheim, but I actually think it makes us a more flexible fire department to support our partners in other communities. So I'm gonna support this.
Okay, I think I'm next. So I live out there too, and obviously it's very near and dear to my heart, and I've been advocating. In fact, my council initiative was to have the Public Health and Safety Commission analyze urgent, major, significant, high likelihood wildfire events and what we should be doing. And I think one of the conclusions, and Chief Gordon helped lead that charge, or led that charge. The conclusion of that document was we need a fire station actually in Olivенheim sooner than we needed in having a permanent replacement of Fire Station 1 in downtown, that the temporary would work and a temporary out in Olivenheim would work. And that to me was an eye-opener, and so I support the concept here. It's really a question of timing. First of all, it's big money, right? Big money to build this, big money to staff it. I go back and I look at our objectives that we agreed to, and it's in there. It's objective number 1.3, and it's basically, I'm looking 1.3, where it was to construct Fire Station 6, location, design, permitting, construction, staffing, and equipment, which included, I assume, a fire engine, not just a Type 6 truck. So I'm supportive of this. To me, it's a question of timing. When we were in the goal setting, and even I think once during the budget discussions, we talked about the possibility of a SAFER grant, and that's where I'm going. Where I thought the timing here was, once we identify a location, we apply for a SAFER grant, which could cover operational costs for 3 years, I believe, and I'll give the floor to the chief. So it's really budget impact. We just adopting the budget tonight. I want to be careful. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. My first question is, if we do go hire people immediately, where do they live? Because there's not room out in the current temporary Fire Station 6. Do we redeploy one of the engines out there? And if so, how do we house it? The current temporary Fire Station 6 doesn't have a location. So with that, I'm going to ask for the chief's comments as far as what do you see the plan? But I'm supportive of the concept. It's just a question of timing and grant funding that I'm trying to maximize.
Yeah, I mean, first, obviously, I support the council initiative item. So thank you. We've been talking about this for a long time. But there is some logistical issues, right? We bring up the housing of the firefighters alone. If you've ever been in Station 6, I say this, but I'm not joking, and people, I think I'm joking, but you cannot fit 2 people in the kitchen. It's one person can walk in and out, right? So to house 3 people in that building would be very difficult and uncomfortable for the firefighters that would have to live there. With that said, I am working right now with our Development Services Director and the Engineering Director to come up with a plan to either have a temporary fire station put at Little Oaks Park, the equestrian park there. What that looks like at the moment, we're still looking through what the FEMA floodplain and map rewrites look like, if we even have to do that for a temporary building, and some of that's going to take time. We have to meet with FEMA. You know how quick FEMA is to get a hold of. So to find the housing for them, we have to be creative, and I think that's where we could come back later with a better idea of what that would look like, whether we look at, outside the box ways for the park, we look at what we have currently, and if there's any more room at the current Station 6. I think a lot of those ideas have to be vetted through and then brought back to council at some point to have those approved or not.
Okay, and before Deputy Mayor Lyons, the city manager would want to comment too.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember San Antonio. You and I have spoke about the council initiated. I'm very supportive, been very supportive of the fire department and making sure that public safety is one of our first priorities here in the city. I do appreciate Councilmember San Antonio. We did talk about budget timing. We did just introduce the budget. We do have budget adoption on the 18th. So in order to accommodate this request, we would like some time to figure out the budgeting for that. This is going to be reoccurring, so this is your O&M, so this is not the one time of a capital, so we have to build in the contingency. We also have to look at benefits and overtime and retirement and things like that. So we would appreciate some time financially to look at that because, again, this will be a reoccurring cost. And I do just want to make sure, we're in a great financial situation. I like to keep us there as well, but this is something that will carry on. We also will be bringing an item to council on June 11th to talk about the future of our fire management services agreement with 2 other cities. And there could also have a financial impact. So, as I've promised this council, want to take a great look at our budget. I always want to make sure that we're healthy, that we can sustain. So that does take a little bit of time. And again, we want to bring back something, the chief and I talked, we want to bring back a plan. We want to do it right the first time, and we want to have some good options. So we do appreciate having a little bit more time, both to come up with a plan for housing and things like that and the site, as well as the budgeting impact. So I do appreciate that, and I'm very happy that this item did come on board, and we want to make sure our folks out in Leeuwenhoek do feel safe.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you for hanging in there with us, Chief Gordon. And thank you for explaining that about the accommodations, a place for the third person. It was always my understanding that that was one of our limitations. But also I have an understanding that I've learned from your predecessor, who I spoke with about this before you were elevated to the role of chief. And I believe I've spoken with you about it, but if I haven't, then I'd like your point of view. The third person, I understood, would be the person who's the engineer who would drive the bigger truck. But we don't have room for the truck either, and we don't have the truck. So if we had a third person without the engine, so I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong terms, the engine.
Engine would be the correct, type 1
yes.
fire engine, yep.
Is that part of of what staff should look at too then? Because the third person is not only needing accommodations, but that implies the engine.
Correct. I think with, Councilmember San Antonio's council initiated item of the 3 people, it automatically comes with the housing and the apparatus that would need to come with it, right? So what the fire station might look like in the future, whether temporary or not, and then what that apparatus is going to be. If we do have a third person, it's for a reason. It's to have a type 1 fire engine that can pull hose and put fire out and do exactly what Councilmember San Antonio talked about with being that initial attack and stopping a conflagration from, starting within the Leeuwenhoek boundaries.
Yep.
So.
Okay. I support this. Yeah.
Councilmember San Antonio.
If there's a possibility, if we did hire 3, is there a possibility of putting them on the truck and making it a 4-man truck?
We could do that. Again, I think that's a budget issue of hiring those 3 people.
Yeah.
But we could put them on the truck as a 4th person on the truck.
Okay.
Anything else?
Oh, sorry. I guess I always want to make this I live out there. This fire severity map from CAL FIRE that came out it just, after seeing it and after we talked about it at our last meeting, it was just one of those things where it just definitely put an exclamation point on it for the residents out there, how important it is that we have a fully staffed fire engine out there. I do appreciate that it will take a little bit of time, and I do want to do it right the first time. I don't want to put a little Band-Aid on it and slap it together. And I feel like the history of the fire station out there putting out putting a brush rig out there with some firefighters sitting out there in the sun, right?
Yeah, correct. The first initial stab at that fire station was a 12-hour shift in a brush engine that we sat in the parking lot.
Yeah.
So.
I understand that all the things that come along with it. So I definitely can appreciate that. I just always want to be looking forward to the safety and what we need out there, truly to protect. If we're the only fire station out there that's not fully staffed out of all of Encinitas, it just seems, it seems a little bit not unfair, but dangerous. And I just want to be always looking forward-facing on this, but I want to do it right the first time. So I can appreciate what City Manager Campbell said. I definitely want this to be project done correctly. I want it to be, what are the words I'm looking for? Like safely and I want the guys to be happy. I don't want them to go out there to a temporary station or, something that we just put together out there. I want the firefighters that are staffing it to be happy and proud of the station. Station pride is always a big thing in my mind. So I'll yield if anybody, Mayor Ehlers.
Yeah. So to me, it's about funding timing. So if the chief would comment on the opportunity for a SAFER grant and what that would mean and how long it covers and what it covers if we were to get one.
Yeah, I think with the Palisades fire and the initial or the subsequent focus on our wildfire preparedness, us reaching out to get a FEMA SAFER grant would fund approximately, it'd be 36 months of a full-time employee with no matching from the city. It can do up to as many employees as they would approve. I think there is a 120-day, I believe, 120 to 180-day recruitment period. But once that recruitment period is completed, then that 36 months would start that day. So again, it is an application. It is not a guarantee like most grants. And we do struggle sometimes with, being Encinitas to get some of those kind of grants. So I wouldn't hang our hat on it, but it's definitely will be applied for. The next closing date for the SAFER grant is in July. So the application is open now, so we could put that application in to see if we could get it.
Cool. Okay. And so, as I've said here before, and I tell the chief all the time, I don't want to be like the LA mayor standing there saying, hey, what I should have done 2 years ago was this, which is why I think we put it in our objectives. So I'll move approval that we move forward with this, but I think we already were moving forward. And that with the flexibility and timing, and look for recommendations from the chief and the city manager. And did you also have something to say too?
No, Chief and I did talk, and so what we'd like to do is, obviously, we can look to apply for that SAFER grant. We'd like to bring back a plan in August. That way, we've got a little bit of time. Again, our new Development Services Director, he's got some really good experience working with FEMA, so he's got some good ideas that we might be able to move that along quicker. But if that would be okay with Council and Councilmember San Antonio, to bring back a plan in August, and we could also then update you on our application for the SAFER grant.
I just realized we let him go home, and I didn't get a chance to introduce our new director of. So let me go back to the motion would be to approve moving forward with the planning for the Olevenheim Fire Station with additional headcount out there at the appropriate time and applying for the SAFER grant. And what was the other one? And bringing back a plan in August.
I'll second that. I just got a question for Chief Gordon. Is there any way to do a unique personnel? I know that you're working, bringing lifeguards on to full-time, as in full-time firefighters or moving over, but is there a way to take people from a different fire station that has more medic calls and not as much fire where you could put somebody on that staff where you're not really responding to fires like over here at Station 1 and place that person or that group now in Fire Station 6, where now you have a more fire deliberate person there with that, the proper person helping out there.
So first, with regards to the lifeguards, we're looking at ways to use them for recruiting into our fire department. We haven't moved them or done anything with them yet. We're just looking at how we can get some more eyes on them and help, with their succession planning in for our fire department. So nothing has moved forward with that. That's all in the works. Conceptual. We have really good lifeguards, really good people down there, and we want to see how we can keep them as long as possible. So that's what we're looking at for now.
Yeah.
As an alternate staffing model, and what it would be hard for me to do is tell one community that they are not good enough for a fire engine, but a Levenheim is, right? One of the things that we do today is we upstaff during high wildland events. So we do put an extra engine out there during, high wind, low humidity, and high heat, so that we do have an extra staff out there. Is that perfect? No, but that's what we do now. There are some other ways that we can look at staffing. I think one of the things that we've talked about is even when we get this, hopefully get a SAFER grant, and if we don't, we can look at models of using overtime for a period of time to help lower the costs initially, and do some kind of phased-in FTE hiring where it's 1 or 2, so that you were not doing all 3 at once and doing all those upfront onboarding costs, stuff like that. But I think moving a firefighter from another one of our communities just to a Levenheim is, again, just a Band-Aid. It's not going to really solve the problem that we have out there.
Correct. So again, I'm seconding the motion. It's just in the interim while we're moving into, quote, high fire season, summertime type stuff. Whatever. I'll just leave it there, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just quickly before we vote on it, is there a staffing model or a hiring model that I guess you're able to hire EMTs versus paramedics to cut on costs? I know medics cost a bit more than EMTs, but they're still firefighters.
If you look at some of the cities in the county, in the North Zone, they do have ambulances. It makes it easier to hire the EMT, a single role EMT, single role paramedics that jump on an ambulance only, right? Obviously, those are going to be the lowest cost salary. I can tell you that there is a city right now in the North Zone that is going to their council about hiring firefighter EMTs. That is a lower level of service. It would allow for maybe a 4th person on an engine or a truck, but as a 3rd person, the county has specific rules about how many paramedics should be showing up on a call, and it has to be 2. The ambulance for CSA 17, which is the county ambulance, they have 1 paramedic on, and then we have the paramedic on the engine, which creates the 2 on scene. So we could not lower our level of care, level of service. It also comes with, looking at the Encinitas Firefighters Association MOU and what that's structured like in our labor negotiations. So that would take time for us to vet through for the city of Encinitas, but it is a model out there that we can look at and vet through.
Copy that. And when you do start hiring firefighter EMTs, just let me know, and I'll train back up, and I'll get back out there. All right.
I'll pay to see that.
Well, believe me, you are all going to be having an invite to do some of that firefighting at some point. So we look forward to putting you in those turnouts.
I'll be right behind Marco pushing it.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion and a second. Anybody else? Do we need to read back the motion?
Yeah, I was going to just ask you. So I have to approve the recommended action with the flexibility and timing, approve the submission of a SAFER grant, and with staff to bring back a plan in August for city council consideration.
Exactly. Call the question.
And that motion does carry unanimously.
Excellent. So now we're on to item 13, AB 123 reports. Start down there with Councilmember San Antonio.
Attended the San Diego Community Power meeting. They are definitely moving things around a lot. They're kind of getting ready for this big, beautiful bill coming down from President Trump. There's a lot of things that could be possibly being taken away, tax credits and whatnot. So should be on the lookout for the next meeting when things start moving. And that's it for right now.
I attended the North County Dispatch this morning. Everything's running along swimmingly, and everything's doing well.
Nothing to report.
I attended the San Diego County Water Authority Board meeting on May 22nd. Notable was the Admin and Finance Committee spent a good deal of time talking about the rates assessment, and it looks like at this point we're around a 10.4% rate effective rate increase, which is down from the 18%, which was considered what we would need to consider in 2024, and the 12%, which we were considering just last month. So reporting the rate looks like we're able to cut things down through really careful budgeting. Also, I attended the SANDAG board meeting as the San Diego County Water Authority rep. I will defer to the mayor, who was also there representing the city of Encinitas on that meeting.
Yep. And as Deputy Mayor Lyons stated, I was at the San Diego SANDAG board meeting on the 23rd. A couple of large construction contracts for double tracking up in San Onofre, for bikeways in University Avenue. And then also moving forward on the Otay Mesa East Port of Entry. That's a huge development. So this was an initial commitment of $56 million in grant funding for that. And that, by the way, this gives you a good example of the type of projects. It's been in development since the early 2000s. So this is. I won't be the last person voting on this. It just keeps coming back. Probably the most interesting item was an informational item on SANDAG's 2024 financial report, the ACFR, and the audit comments. So it is what is called a qualified audit opinion. That's something you don't want. It was primarily, one of the findings was the toll road revenues, they were unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. And so this is what's gone on in the past. We have a new CEO, we have a new CFO, we have a new internal auditor who is excellent. There were other material findings and weaknesses. This happened last year also, happens this year. We're hoping with the corrective action by next year, they won't be having those findings. But and in fact, there's this next meeting, we're going to be going further in depth on the sole source procurement audit, and I attended a briefing today where it's as bad as this and maybe even a little worse. We'll see. So I'll report back after I get back. With that, City Manager report.
Yes, I have one item. The City of Encinitas is again proud to partner with EcoFest Encinitas. The event is going to be this Sunday, June 1st, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. over at the Encinitas Community Park. There is parking shuttles over at San Diego Academy, and that is free. This is a fun-filled fair that will be packed with over 50 eco-friendly exhibitors. It says, hold on a minute, a slow fashion market, delicious local food, educational resources on sustainable living, and much more. And this event is free to the public. So just wanted to let everyone know to come out and to get their share of fun, eco-family fun. Thank you.
City Attorney report.
No report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and City Clerk.
Just an update, we finally received 2 applications for UFAC. We currently have 1 vacancy. However, I'm not going to bring that back to City Council for appointment until August. I'm waiting to see what happens with the June meeting, because there's potentially 1 committee member who may not make the meeting, which would be their 3rd absence. So instead of bringing it to you and then having to go through it again, I'll bring it all at one time. And then Youth Commission will come back in August as well. That is closing tomorrow at 5.
Okay, very good. And with that, we are adjourned.